We are live on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is producing today's show. You out there, we got a big one for you today, a shutout edition of the Bash today. And it comes from an unlikely source this year. Welcome back, Aaron Nola. You know, it wouldn't go any other way, would it? We wrote Nola off. He was out of the rotation. Untrustworthy. Couldn't trust him. No way you're pitching that guy in a playoff game. And then, well, he throws that wrinkle into the discussion. He goes out and shuts out the Mets last night at Citizens Bank Park. Wouldn't it be only that way? Wouldn't that be the only way? It wasn't like a quality start. It was probably his best start of the year. No, not probably his best start of the year. It was his best start of the year. What do we make of that? What am I supposed to do with that start? Is that the Aaron Nola that I'm getting in October? Am I getting that guy who just shut down the Mets, a team that you haven't been able to beat, who towed the rubber last night and basically said, I got your number. 7 strikeouts, 6 innings, 1-0. And he does exactly what you need to do. Hand the ball over. Robertson, Strom, Duran, thank you very much. 1-0 win. Phillies beat the Mets. They're up by 8 games in the National League East. That series is now 1-0 Philadelphia. But I want to definitely get a vibe from the people out there because it couldn't go any other way, right? You couldn't have like a start where some people said, okay, that one kind of, no. He gives you the best start you could have possibly asked for. I mean, if you said, what are you looking for Aaron Nola tonight to kind of win you back over? You would say, if he went 6 innings, had 7 strikeouts, but I don't see that happening. And then he does. And then he does. I don't know what to make of it. All of a sudden, am I supposed to say Aaron Nola has won me over? Aaron Nola is now back in my postseason rotation? If I get that Aaron Nola, how can I say no? If I get that Aaron Nola, is he a guy that you feel comfortable and confident in? 609-403-0973. Hit me up on the text board. It's wide open, of course, as we start the show. 609-403-0973. Who's budging? Who's budging from that start last night? Because, quite frankly, I am in it's one of those things. It reminds me of what happened with the Phillies a couple weeks ago, or I guess it was 2 Fridays ago, where you get swept by the Mets and you feel down in the dumps. And then what ends up happening is Kyle Schwarber hits 4 home runs in a game and you score 19 runs. And then the next thing you know is you're like, that is the only game that would make me forget what I just watched. That is the only style of game that I could have watched after I just got swept by the Mets and did not score in a game where I feel like I am done with this team. I am over with this. And then what happens? 4 home runs, 19 runs later, you're like, well, that was different. And then, of course, they take 3 out of 4 against the Braves. They take 2 out of 3 against the Brewers. They take 2 out of 3 against the Marlins, and now they have a game in this Mets series. And obviously, I won't say obviously, but they're up 8 games on the Mets right now. They would really, really have to fall apart with, I think there's 18 games left. They're up 8 with 18. The Mets were famously up 7 with 17 games in 2017 and blew that. Somebody did the math the other day. I think the Phillies, if they went 500 the rest of the way, the Mets would have to go like 17-5. That's not happening. The Phillies are going to win the division. Even if the Mets take the rest of the series, they don't make up enough ground to really do much to change the complexion of this National League East race. Do you win the game last night and say, see, we could beat the Mets, like the Mets don't have your number? They're 8 games up on the Mets. Right now, for that number 2 seed, which is really what you're playing for, they're 4 games up on the Dodgers. and they're 4.5 games behind the Brewers for the number 1 seed. But did that game last night, it's the one game. Nola's last 5 starts, his ERA is 6.28. His last 5 starts, ERA, 6.28. And right when you say, I am done with this guy, I am not putting him in my postseason rotation, he at least cracks the door open. Like, even if you're saying he's not there yet, you might have had the door slammed shut, you at least unlocked it. You at least unlocked the door. And you are willing now to give him another look. 609-403-0973. Are you willing to keep Nola on the back burner? Because quite frankly, I think you would say it like this. You need that Nola. You need to have that Nola. You want to see that Nola. That's the Nola that you have to have. He pitches against Kansas City on Sunday. That's his next start. They're entering Walker Buehler into the rotation. And now, by the way, the Walker Buehler start is very interesting because what if he pitches really well? And then Taijuan Walker pitches Saturday, Nola pitches Sunday. Think about that. The Phillies starting rotation. Who had this on the bingo card at the beginning of the year? Walker Buehler, Taijuan Walker, and Aaron Nola. That's your 3 pitchers that will face the Kansas City Royals against Michael Lorenzen on Friday night. It's Buehler versus Lorenzen on Friday night at Citizens Bank Park. So that's what we had last night. We had an epic performance from Aaron Nola and a rotten performance by the offense. And by the way, game-winning RBI, Nick Castellanos, right? The one guy you're wondering why the heck was he in the lineup yesterday. The one guy who we talked so much about who's literally giving you nothing. He's been the worst defensive outfielder. He's also been the worst offensive outfielder since the All-Star break. Tip of the cap to Casty. Hashtag free Casty last night. He gets the game-winning RBI. Just a little poke of the bat. And the Phillies win the game 1-0 on a night where they just didn't have it. Harper, a couple strikeouts at the top of the lineup. Kyle Schwarber continuing the funk. I think those two guys combined, I think I saw a number. I'm going to go off the top of my head here, but I think it was 10 for 72 they are in their last whatever. I think they're both 5 for 36 in their last X amount. That's not good. But you're winning. You're winning without those guys. Harper 0 for 4 last night with 2 strikeouts. Schwarber an 0 for 3. JT an 0 for 3. Max Kepler struck out twice. He did have a hit. Bader 3 for 4 again. My God, when is that guy going to cool off? Although he did have a bad base running mistake in the second at bat. I think he tried to leg out a double. Maybe it was his first at bat, and he got thrown out. Castellanos had the one hit with the RBI. Stott had a hit. Sosa 1 for 3 with 2 errors. 2 strikeouts, not 2 errors. And then Otto Kemp last night 0 for 2. So nothing from the offense last night as McLean, again, absolutely slicing and dicing. Just think about this problem. You're going to have to face that guy now for the next 10 years. He's really good. Really good. But the Phillies win 1-0 over the Mets. They have an 8-game lead now, and it's really an Aaron Nola night. Nola's the story today, right? Obviously, Trey Turner not being there. We see the fallout. They have Harper hitting leadoff. How will that evolve? How will that change? Is this a one-game thing with Harper? Is it a multiple-game thing with Harper? Let's go to LJ in Millville, 609-403-0973. LJ on the text board says, I'm not resold on Nola yet. Nice game, great. He looked good, but there's a saying that says, even a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and then. Need to see consistency before I put him back in the playoff rotation. Hope he can get back to his past self, though. That's from LJ in Millville. LJ, you make a lot of good points there. Even the blind squirrel finds a nut every now and again. But we're talking about Aaron Nola here. He has a track record. Aaron Nola's done this before. He's pitched in big games for you. Is that not enough to sell you back? Is that not enough to say, you know what, that Aaron Nola, he was hurt, he missed time, he came back, he's kind of working his way back in, and now he's back to the Aaron Nola that I know and love. 609-403-0973. Mike This is from Clarence in Delaware, who says, nice outing from Nola, what we needed. But playoffs against the Brewers or Dodgers, he will get rocked. Well, why against the Brewers or Dodgers he gets rocked? In the Mets game last night, he shuts them down. I mean, the Mets lineup, I get it. It's just okay, but Lindor 0 for 3. Soto 0 for 3. Alonso had a couple of hits in the game. Nimmo 0 for 2 strikeouts. Vientos had a hit, but that was in the 9th inning against Duran last night. I mean, he went to the top of the lineup and basically went toe-to-toe with those guys. So Clarence, not ready, said nice outing, but will be a different story in the playoffs. Bobby in Wildwood. Nola comes through. Nicky comes through, I should say. Nicky Castellanos on a tough night to score. Bobby in Wildwood says terrible at-bats for Alvarez. Yeah, that at-bat to end the game last night was awful. Just an epically awful at-bat. But, hey, give Duran some credit. He settled in. He got a little hairy there for a minute, right? He had second and third with one out after Vientos hit the double. They had to bring the infield in because Thompson said after the game, we were trying to hold the game there because their bullpen, the Phillies' bullpen was short, and he thought the Mets had a deeper bullpen last night, so they wanted to try to hold them there and not have to go into extra innings. So, are we feeling better about Nola, or did that not move the needle enough for you? As we bring in a Sports Bash Tuesday, 609-403-0973. Text board's open. We hit up on a couple of those. Everybody out there listening today, if you're watching the live video at Mike Gill Show, you can play along, comments over there as well. We'll get to some of the comments on the YouTube stream in just a second. What do you got?
A couple things. One, in the last 7 games, Harper and Schwarber have combined for 8 for 54.
Not good.
Very not good.
And in the last 8 games?
7 games.
Last 7 games.
8 for 54.
And in those 7 games, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You are 1, 2, 3. Wait a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's going back to the Brewer series.
Correct.
1, 2, 3, 4. So you're 5 and 2 in those games with those two gentlemen. Really
barely doing anything.
Yeah, not having a very good return for you. What else?
No. So the other thing is that, see, I look at Nola, Mike, the same way I look at Castellanos. Just because you have a good game doesn't get me excited. I can't trust you just off of one game here or there. Like, Nola having a great night, like, I'm happy he had the great night because it means that you put the Mets further out of their misery. But I can't act like last night is an omen of anything.
UPS Jeff checking in. Pitched great last night, guys. I need 2 more starts just like that. Give him a shot. Plus 1-0. It's not going to cut it. Need more offense.
I think UPS Jeff is more reliable, though, than Aaron Nola at this point.
You get stuff from UPS. It's on time?
I mean, Jeff from UPS is always texting in regularly on the text board, so he's reliable.
Probably somebody's not getting their packages if he's texting us.
Well, maybe he's doing in between deliveries.
He's driving the truck, texting into the show. UPS Jeff, I hope you're doing that while you're, like, standing on someone's porch. Maybe while you're scanning. Right, you scan the UPS code.
Maybe he's parked in like a
UPC code. Sorry,
like a restaurant parking lot or something. He's having lunch. I'll listen to the Sports Bash.
Listen, I'm not ready to say that Nola's won me back over, but it was certainly one that I can now say if he gives me another start like that, he doesn't have to throw a shutout. But now, if I get a quality start, you know, a couple of years ago, it was in 2022 when they went to the World Series. He had some bad starts.
Yes.
And then in September, he pitched the last game that got them to the playoffs.
Correct.
Then he pitched the playoff game against the Cardinals and shut them out.
Right.
In Game 2 to win that series. So he is known to have these pockets of bad starts. He's only had 14 starts this year. Now, the problem with the 14 starts is about 12 of them have been terrible.
Correct.
I wouldn't say they're all terrible.
So he's had 2 good starts this year. He had the start last night, and he had the start against the Cubs on Sunday Night Baseball.
That was way back.
But here's the thing.
That was back before he went on the injured list.
They said last night on Post Game Live that if you go from the next start after the Cubs start to his previous start, he had a 10 ERA over that stretch. So you have a guy who has given you 2 flashes. Well, flashes don't help me win playoff games.
They could. If they're the flashes that you got from Nick Castellanos against the Braves. Now, if you get the flashes that you got from Nick Castellanos against the Diamondbacks, you're going to lose that series.
Right.
But if it's the other Nick Castellanos, you can win that series. If you're getting the Aaron Nola that pitched against the Cardinals, that's been the problem with the Nola coaster. It's up and down. It's all around. You don't know which one you're getting. But he has generally been you know that you're getting the Nola coaster. But this has just been a hellacious season for him.
Right.
There's been no ups and downs. It's been all downs.
Right.
It's like the City Jet can't get off the ground. It's just kind of
yeah.
It's not going down. I mean, up. It's just going down.
The roller coaster stalled.
Just like the City Jet in Ocean City. They dismantled the thing. Where is the City Jet? Is it still up?
That's a good question.
Is the facade still there?
I should go drive by there.
The Ferris wheel's still up, right?
The Ferris wheel is there, yes.
Is the City Jet, though?
I got to go check
the
that.
log flumes over there still?
I haven't seen the log flume. I think let's take that down.
That down?
Yeah.
The merry-go-round's still rocking and rolling,
The merry-go-round is still
Is that
there.
operational? Can you go? There's an arcade in there.
There's an arcade in there, yes.
But when you go in the arcade, can you ride the merry-go-round?
Good question. I'm typically walking the boardwalk after they close at night, so I'll have to go try to get there earlier.
Well,
I'll do a little investigative reporting for you.
Yeah, Aaron Nola has felt like Wonderland Pier, the Nola coaster that just never opened this year, right? It just has been a disaster.
The Ferris wheel looks great when you cross the bridge. But
and you're hopeful. You're hopeful what could be next, and then, people get in the way of things, right, of evolving. And that's kind of what's happening with Aaron Nola right now. Is he is just kind of he is the pier that got shut down with no plan. Hey, Aaron Nola, welcome back to the 2025 season.
Then you open an arcade suddenly.
Well, I think they opened the arcade just to keep it kind of functioning.
I know. It's kind of funny where it's like, for years it was like, oh, rides, and now it's arcade.
Yeah, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Mike Jeff from Ocean City says there's no merry-go-round for riding. It's just for show. See, that's where, you got to they should have that thing operational so it doesn't, if you don't turn your car on and you let it
Correct.
sit, your starter can go bad. You got to make sure you turn the damn thing on.
I would just turn it on just for show.
I used to go up there every once a summer and just ride the train around. That one train that went above the whole place.
Oh yeah.
That thing's still operational?
No.
There's a bike rental, an arcade, a coffee shop, and a pizza shop.
Right, we knew that part.
I knew there was a coffee shop and I knew there was a pizza shop. The arcade I did know. The bike rental I wasn't aware.
The bike rental's out the back.
Yeah. With the merry-go-round? I mean the Ferris wheel?
With the Ferris wheel.
Mike, I work at the pizza shop next to Wonderland. Ferris wheel is still up. No City Jet. Log flume is still there, and the carousel is not running.
Well,
this is a lot of information.
This is a lot of information.
I am enjoying this. I have not been over there yet. All summer, I have not been to Ocean City.
I like to walk on the boardwalk once a week.
Really? Very nice. Is it peaceful?
I like going when it's, when there's not a lot of people up there. Just kind of put my phone away.
Well, that's what I said. Once the summer ended, I actually said the other night to my girlfriend, should we take a walk in Ocean City? He says the train is still up, but not operational. See, again, you got to get that thing operational so that you can incorporate it.
Do something
keep it running. Just keep it running.
Just keep it running.
Just every once in a while, just hit the, you got to turn your car on. You can't let the starter go bad.
Yeah, it's like having
I'm some sort of mechanic over here.
It's like having a classic car.
I only know this because, a couple of years ago.
Oh, you have a story?
Yeah, a couple of years ago, I had two cars at the same time.
Oh, I remember this.
So the one car was brand new.
Yes.
And then the other car was
older,
but it was my car. It was one of the times when I was driving, one of the cars. So I just stopped driving my car. And then when I had to give the other car back and I went to go back to my car was dead.
Right.
The starter had been out. Yeah. Did you hear the mystery farter last night in the Phillies locker room?
I found out about it because of your story in 97.3 ESPN.com.
So if I were to give you a guess who this would be, do you have a guess? Like one Philly player that you would say it's got to be that guy. We got to try to play the audio here. It's loud and proud, by the way. This is a loud and proud one.
Well, what's funny is that the audio that you played for me was way more pronounced than what was on Philly's post-game live. Because when I saw the Nola 5-minute interview...
You think Philly's post-game live was suppressing the fart?
Well, I think that their mics weren't near it. I think the mic where you have the audio is closer
I'm assuming they're all the same audio. I mean, they're all 11 seconds long, so it seems like they're all getting it from on Pattison. Here you go. This is the after post-game with Aaron Nola. He gets asked a serious question about his outing last night.
It's a very
He's
serious
trying
question.
to answer the question seriously, like, hey, I finally had a good start, and here is what happened.
Just to get those guys out.
And the whole place just erupts in laughter, including Nola himself.
Well, I did like
Did
the
you
follow-up.
hear it? Was it clear?
Well, I hear it in that audio. That's I believe that's Tim Keller.
On Patterson, right here. We'll do it one more time. Ready? See if you can make it out. Here we go.
It's very clear in the On Patterson audio.
Yeah, and so
Not so clear on NBC Sports Philadelphia's post.
So my article, I'm like Pablo Torre finds out over here. I'm trying to uncover who it could be in the Phillies locker room. I have 3 guesses.
Okay. You have 3 guesses.
I ultimately came up with one, and you can go to the website
Right.
and read the article. But if I were to say who outwardly, loud and proudly busted,
Garrett Stubbs.
that was my first guess, but I said everybody assumes it's Stubbs. He's the Chiefs vibes guy,
Right.
so you would assume he's loud and proud.
Exactly.
Okay? Do you have any other guesses? Because I do have my I explained it on the website how I ended up getting to the guess.
My next guess would be Brandon Marsh.
Brandon Marsh was on my list.
Then after Marsh, I would go with. I'm going to throw in there Otto Kemp.
Okay. Kemp, to me, just got called up. Probably not ready
Well,
for that.
maybe he just had some food, didn't agree with him for lunch that day.
Yeah, that's reading a little too deep into it. I'm looking at it. He just got called up. He's batting 9th. Like, come on. You can't draw attention to yourself. So my third guy was Bader.
Okay.
Bader, to me, seems like fun-loving guy. Comes in, couple hits. Everybody likes him now. Passing gas.
That's the progression.
But I come up with David Robertson as the culprit.
Oh, why is that?
Robertson's 40. Probably given up. Like, you know what? These young kids, I don't care anymore. You ever see him throw a pitch? He's the most fidgety guy. He's always fixing his arms. He's jumping off the mound. I just feel like he
was fired up last night, too.
Yeah, he's just a quirky, fidgety guy. And him being 40, I think he's just probably like, you know what? Don't care. Don't care. He's the guy. He's my pick.
That's very interesting.
Now, LJ from Millville says the mysterious farter is either Schwarber, the dad of the room, Stubbs, the party animal, or Bader, the class clown. As a serial ripper, I have experience in this.
A serial ripper.
Come on.
I mean, is that something you want to admit to?
Yeah, I mean, the only people that know LJ in Millville would be the people in his circle. Nobody else listening knows.
Unless he's
LJ.
putting up a fake name, which might protect him.
I don't know. If you go with the same name every day, it's probably you. You know what I'm saying?
Probably.
You think you would make up a fake name and then use it every day on the text board?
I mean, that would be a pretty bold strategy.
Yeah, it would just be a complete wackadoodle.
Well, unless you have a reason why you don't want people to know who you are.
Well, LJ from Millville as a serial ripper, I like your guesses on that. I'm going David Robertson. That's my guess. He's the old man. He's a little quirky. Seems like a good fit for me. 609-403-0973. We're just getting started.
I think you saw the same text I just did.
Yeah. I see Chris. I see Jeff watching on YouTube. You guys will get your messages up on the screen coming up. Plus, if you want to hit the text board, 609-403-0973. Coming up, Vic Fangio speaks. You'll hear him today in about 15 minutes from now. Jeff Kerr, the unsportsmanlike moment of the day has to do with the least versatile condiment. Think about it. What is the least versatile condiment? I have my answer. You heard what Pat Costello said this morning during Unsportsmanlike. That's coming up at 3:45 today, the Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. One thought every game. Casey Joyner and Frank's Phillies mailbag tonight at 5:30. It's all right here on the Sports Bash Live. And listen for that sounder today. We're going to enter 4 more people to win tickets, a chance to win tickets to see the Eagles play the Giants at MetLife Stadium later this month. 2:31 Sports Bash Live. What's up, everybody? Mike Gill with you till 6 tonight. Text Sports 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Somebody changed my chair. I'm noticing that this chair is a lot lower.
Well, so for those who don't know, there's two different chairs right now in the area where Mike Gill's board is. There's actually a chair that's higher than that one over there.
That one's too high.
That one's too high. Can you lower it?
Oh, no, that one's the crappy one.
Is that the one with the hump?
Yeah.
I hate that one.
Yeah, that one's out.
I hate the one.
Although it's better than the one I'm sitting in. The one I'm sitting in stinks.
But the one you're sitting in, though, also has the seat pillow, correct?
Well, I could move that.
That's what I'm saying. If you put the seat pillow on the other one, does that make it better or worse?
Maybe. I don't know. This chair stinks. I had a good chair in here, and then someone took it.
You look at the wrong guy over here, man.
Yeah.
Why do I care what chair's over there?
Because you don't sit in this spot.
Exactly. So
I'm
why
saying.
would I move the chair?
I didn't say
matter to
you
me.
did. I said somebody did. I
Somebody
didn't say
did.
Josh moved the chair.
And I know somebody moved the chair because I came in here one day and I noticed two less chairs in the room.
Yeah. Yeah, this chair stinks. I'm noticing, like, it's been like the last week or since I got back from vacation, I feel like.
Nah, I had to be more recent than that.
Well, I've been on remote so much, so.
That's true.
I've been out on location so much, and I'm like,
You're always on the road.
This chair just stinks. I'm going to be out on the road tomorrow, not tomorrow. Thursday, we're going to be at Chickies and Pete's in Atlantic City.
Yes.
And on Friday, how about this? I'm really pumped up for this one. We're going to be at Jersey Cal in Northfield. They have 3 locations, Northfield, Absecon, and Brigantine. It is their 3-year anniversary party, and we're going to be doing the show there live from the Northfield location this Friday. We'll have the Lombardi Trophy out there so you can get your picture taken, and I'll have a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler at the new Xfinity Mobile Arena, which isn't really a new arena, it's just a new name.
Right.
It's where the Sixers and Flyers play. You can see Adam Sandler. We'll have a pair of tickets, and stop out to Jersey Cal. We're so happy that they picked us to be there for their 3-year birthday anniversary. So happy birthday, Jersey. You know, I was there like the first night they opened.
Were you?
I told this story, I think, before on the radio where they had like a soft opening or their opening day, and they were closing, let's say, like 9 o'clock. And I had gotten there at, say, 9:01. And they said they were closed. Well, then somebody like kind of grabbed me before I left and said, well, what would you like? And I said, we just wanted to get a little ice cream. Not a big deal. And not only did they get us the ice cream, they ended up giving us like 6 free pints of ice cream.
Whoa.
Or maybe it was 3. I don't know. It was a couple of pints.
They gave you something, though.
Just because, like, you know, they were closing and, like, whatever. But so I've been back there many times, not because of the fact that they gave us the pints of ice cream, because their ice cream is really, really, really good.
Everyone raves about the ice cream.
It is legit. I mean, it is definitely really good. It is, and they got cool flavors. They got fall flavors, pumpkin spice latte. I don't know if that's my speed. My girlfriend loved the lemon poppy seed. Now, they don't always make the lemon poppy seed.
Yeah, it's a seasonal one, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes they have it, sometimes they don't. If they have it, it's usually seasonal. But Jersey Cal, year-long thing, Northfield, Absecon, Brigantine, we're going to be there on Friday. Then next Wednesday, we will be at Maynard's in not next Wednesday, 2 Wednesdays from now. We'll be at Maynard's in Margate, and that is where we're going to be doing our Eagles road trip to go see the Eagles play the Giants. So listen for your chance to qualify coming up this hour on the Sports Bash. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Aaron Nola on the table today. Did he win you back over with that start that he had last night? Also, the Eagles made an interesting trade last night, Josh. The Eagles traded for Tank Bigsby, who is a running back from the Jacksonville Jaguars. Played at what, Auburn?
Auburn, yes.
Still got it. Still guessing those things.
Now, do you know the story about why they traded him?
Why Jacksonville moved on from him?
Correct.
I'm not 100% why Jacksonville moved on from him, but I could tell you a little bit of the reasons why Philadelphia. So some people are saying, oh, my God, they got Shipley and Dillon and obviously Barkley. What do they need this guy for? And they gave up 2 picks, a 5th and a 6th next year.
Correct.
So I know Jacksonville had like 4 running backs.
Correct. He was one of 4 running backs. Jacksonville actually had drafted 2 running backs in the draft this year. 2 guys from South Jersey, by the way. You can read about that at 973ESPN.com. But their starting running back is Travis Etienne, their first-round pick.
Clemson.
Right. And then they drafted LaQuint Allen. And they
Syracuse.
drafted, yep. and
Millville.
and Millville. And Bouchon Tutin.
I don't know.
What? Virginia Tech.
Okay. So the Eagles get Bigsby, and then everybody is like, why? Why do they need this guy? Well, according to Derek Gunn from Inside the Birds, he is dealing with a rib fracture. And if that is the case, which I don't have any reason to think that Derek Gunn would be wrong, that would put him out for about 6 to 8 to 12 weeks. I mean, he would be in a long-term injury situation. And I think this more has to do with not only the injury to Shipley, but a change in the kickoff rules have really made an impact that the Eagles need a kick returner, and Bigsby's one of the best ones in football.
Yeah, he was great at Auburn. He was a guy who was heavily utilized in Jacksonville.
He had a big return against the Eagles last year. Yeah. So Tank Bigsby's in. We'll talk about it coming up a little bit later. Jeff Kerr is going to join us in the next hour here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN plus football at 4 today with Adam Caplan. But when we come back, you're going to hear from the Eagles defensive coordinator, and he was asked, is Adoree Jackson going to be replaced? You'll hear what Vic Fangio said about it. It's coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 244 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. In 1 hour, it's the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Listen in for that. But right now, it is Eagles defensive coordinator Vic Fangio giving you the lowdown on all things Eagles defense. And the big question, Adoree Jackson. Plus, they brought in Mike Hilton for a workout yesterday. They signed Zadarius Smith. How will those guys all fit in? Here is Eagles defensive coordinator Vic Fangio right now on the Sports Bash.
Who would have thought Nola would pitch that good last night? New adventure.
Speaking of new adventures, what's the adjustment process like when you lose Jalen before first snap, and how challenging is that?
Well, I think the first thing that happens is, now you're down the 4D linemen, and everybody's rep count's got to go up. So, to me, that's the biggest adjustment. Obviously, you lose the player, which is no good on multiple fronts. But it's a rep thing, too.
How do you think those guys that had stepped those reps up did with the increase?
Yeah, they did fine. Jordan had a bunch of reps, probably more than he's ever had in a game. Same thing with Jomo. BY had to play more than we thought he would. So I thought they did fine. I mean, obviously it could be better. That we didn't shut down the running game by any means. We all could have been a little better.
Linebackers on the edge, with Jihad Campbell in that role most of the game, or all the game. Why was Jihad Campbell your best suited for that role and not Bond?
Well, it just, in those particular times we do it, Zach actually would do a good job up there, and he was our preferred guy last year when we had Nakobe to be up there. Then when Nakobe got hurt in the playoffs, Bond stayed in the middle and Orrin went up. We just, Bond's more capable of handling the middle part of that job. Is really.
Jalen this week? There's no word from the league yet.
Yeah, I haven't heard.
I had asked you last week about the nastiness that he brings, and we use.
Yeah, what did I tell you? What did I tell you?
Yes.
Okay, so I ended up being right on that. You were wrong.
You meant what happened with him ultimately? Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, I mean, not to that nth degree, but yeah, that type of stuff.
But I meant in terms of like him being focused.
Yeah.
Concern.
Yeah, you got to be focused at the job at hand, and all extracurricular stuff needs to not have any importance to you.
How are you approaching this week with the uncertainty of whether he'll be available to you or not?
I think we'll know something soon enough.
With Adoree, struggled a little bit, started to make some plays. What did you see from him overall?
He just got to make sure he's a master technician and not let his technique falter. They have good receivers, and if you don't go about your job the right way from a technique standpoint, those good receivers become impossible to cover.
How does Zadarius Smith fit in here, and over the course of his career, how much have you tracked him?
I haven't really tracked him that much. I knew he was a good player, and I don't know how he'll fit in yet. Haven't seen him on the field. Don't know what kind of shape he's in. Don't know how quickly he'll pick up what we're doing. So that's a TBD right there.
Davis, we talked all offseason about his conditioning. Did you see the benefits of that in those expanded snaps?
Very much so. I don't think he could have played that amount of snaps as well as he did previously.
Is the plan to have Adoree start this week against Kansas City?
Right now, yes.
What's the teaching point that Jordan was in on a sack? Davis was in on that sack, but he couldn't finish that. What's the teaching point there?
Yeah, it's hard. He's a very hard guy to tackle, number one. He's a big, strong guy. And when you're coming off a block like he was, makes it even more difficult. We just need to have more guys around him so when he's escaping, there's other people there to clean it up.
Would Cooper DeJean be someone you'd consider like full-time on the outside? I know you said once before, that it depends on if you have someone to replace him at nickel and everything. I mean, is that kind of still the issue?
preferably, we want to keep him at nickel.
I'm curious if you saw the Chiefs-Chargers game where Mahomes was running towards the sideline. The corner kind of conceded, okay, he can go out of bounds, and then Mahomes ran him over. And then other times you see Mahomes near the sideline, gets hit very lightly, acts like he got shot. So what's the teaching point there in terms of him riding the sideline like that?
Yeah, you have to always be aware when you're near the sideline for all those points you just brought up. One, the quarterback flopping, going out of bounds. Two, the quarterback lowering his shoulder and try and get the last piece of business in there. So you got to play with good bent knees and be ready for anything that happens. But, you know, Mahomes is the ultimate competitor, and doesn't surprise me to see him do that.
How did you land on the way you handled that rotation?
Well, the plan was that Sidney would play the base snaps and Makuba would play the nickel snaps. And we thought going into the game we would be in base more than we were, but they chose to pretty much make it a 3 wide receiver game. So the reps got distorted that way.
Do you think that Drew handled that extra workload at safety?
He did okay. He had a couple major busts that hurt us and could have hurt us even more. So looking for him to improve this next week.
A couple of years now where the Chiefs have kind of nickel and dime their way down the field at the number of big plays they've had. They produce lately over the last year or so, 2 years, isn't what it once was under Mahomes. How does that factor into preparation, you know, even though you have a quarterback who's that dynamic?
I think they will continue to throw it deep some. I think they've made it a major emphasis this year. And they did it in their first game. They did it in the preseason. So I expect to see more of that.
Jacorian played a handful of snaps when Adoree was getting checked for the concussion. Did you see enough from him to draw any conclusions?
Not really. You know, I'm not sure the exact number of it. 7, I knew you would know. Yeah, that's not enough.
I imagine Byron played a little bit more than he expected because of Jalen. How did he hold up?
He did good. You know, he gave us some energy, ran to the ball hard, almost had that pick on the deflection, was involved with the caused fumble. I don't know who they ended up giving that to, Campbell, but if it was a sack, I think they would have halved it. So he did fine, you know, and hopefully that's something for him to build on.
The volume of flags that you drew, was that the byproduct of the emphasis from officials, or do you think you guys need to clean yourselves up?
We need to clean ourselves up.
When Ja'Kai Campbell and Saquon, both of them made some pretty big plays in coverage, it seemed like. What did you learn about that on and on-field in regular season? What can having two guys like that unlock in terms of what you can do defensively?
Yeah, they both did a good job. They each had one. Coincidentally, they both had one in practice during the week last week and didn't cover it as well as they did in the game, which is why practice is important.
We'll do a couple more. You've been around Jalen Carter for over a year now. Behind the scenes, how have you seen him maybe step into a leadership role, or just how have you seen him maybe mature over the past year since you've been around?
Well, to be considered a leader, actions speak louder than words, and he's got to lead through his actions.
Do you speak to him, or do you leave that to Nick and Howie?
Pretty much Nick on that, when it gets to that extreme. Pretty much that.
How do you feel about it right now?
We'll see. Like we said earlier, don't really know what Zadarius brings or doesn't bring. Uche got in there a few snaps the other night and did some good stuff. So we're feeling better about it.
That's one size. 6'4", 270. Is that something that you like, where you can shift inside and work there too?
Yeah, it's possible.
All right, there you go. Vic Fangio. Some interesting takeaways. 3 nuggets for me on that. 1, Adoree Jackson, they're going to stick with him for now. Now, that could change tomorrow, but for now, he's the starter. But one guy it's not going to be is Cooper DeJean. He said we prefer him to play nickel. I thought that was a pretty poignant answer, was we would prefer him at nickel because they did bring in Mike Hilton yesterday for a workout who was primarily a slot corner. And some people said, well, if you're going to look at a veteran slot corner, maybe that would be the beginning stages of you to push DeJean to the outside. And he's saying we would prefer him to stay at nickel. And then Zadarius Smith, he said, don't know much about him right now. We'll see where he is, how long it's going to take him to kind of get into our whole system over there. That is Vic Fangio, everybody. He's a great presser. I love listening to his answers. He gives it to you just the way it is. By the way, he did talk about Jalen Carter. Actions speak louder. You want to be a leader? Can't have those actions. They asked him, are you the one that talks to him? He says, nah, that's Nick. On that level, it's Nick. Coming up, Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports. Who's in? Who's out after the first week in the NFL? One thought, every game, 5 o'clock tonight. Casey Joyner from The Athletic joins us right here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. And that sounder right now is your first opportunity to enter to win tickets to see the Eagles play the Giants at MetLife Stadium. Thursday Night Football is coming, and you could be there. 2 tickets, transportation to and from the game, and a full tailgate party. Caller 7 right now, 609-573-3776. Caller 7 right now, 609-573-3776. Caller 7. You are entered to win tickets to see the Eagles-Giant game Thursday night, MetLife Stadium. You must be present to win at Maynard's in Margate on Wednesday, September the 24th. The live show, we will draw one lucky winner at random to go see the Eagles game on Thursday Night Football against the G-Men. Caller 7, good luck. All right, Sports Bash Live. Phillies lineup is out. It's brought to you by Instant Services. It's a little bit different today. South Jersey's premier HVAC, plumbing, electrical service provider. Go to instantservices.com. Learn how their preventative maintenance memberships and how they can help your systems running strong year-round. Jeff Kerr from CBS 3 covers the Phillies. CBS Sports covers the NFL. Going to join us in just a moment here. But the Phillies lineup is out. It is a little different today. Harper, a one-and-done at the leadoff spot. Yeah, a couple strikeouts, a left-handed pitcher today. He's out. Harrison Bader leads off, followed by Schwarber, Harper, Realmuto, Castellanos, Sosa, Wilson, Stott, and Kemp. Against Sean Manaea tonight, a left-handed pitcher. And this is, where the Phillies run into some problems. You got a left-handed pitcher. Stott has to stay in the lineup now. And Harper, who was leading off yesterday, I'm assuming this will be like their left-handed lineup, kind of like they were doing before, where when there was a lefty pitcher, they had Turner hitting leadoff, and then a righty pitcher, they had Schwarber hitting leadoff. Remember, they were doing that earlier in the year, and they did it with Stott, too. They had Stott moving to the leadoff spot. So I wonder if that's something that they're going to do with Turner out, is kind of switch the leadoff guys. Maybe Bader's the leadoff guy against lefties, and Harper's the leadoff guy against righties. Although I can't imagine that Bryce Harper wants to keep bebopping around and switching places in the lineup.
My question is, did Harper maybe go to the Phillies and say, hey, guys, that was a fun one-day experiment, but let's move me back down?
I don't know. It's a fair question. Did he just say, I hated it, I don't want to do it anymore?
Because he said yesterday that part of him batting leadoff yesterday was partly his idea. He said, we have been talking about maybe doing this for a while, and he thought, why not do it tonight?
Chris Hernandez, watching on YouTube, said this about an hour ago. He said, do you move Bader to leadoff and go Bader, Schwarber, Harper? Chris Hernandez, you are right.
Prognosticator, Chris.
They do that tonight. Now, is it because Manaea is pitching, a lefty?
Well, I think that's certainly might have an influence on it. I would think that, though, as you just said, you're not moving Harper up and down the lineup all the time. He's not that kind of guy. So,
well, yeah, that's the thing. Is Harper going to be the guy that says, I want to hit leadoff one day and then third the next day? Or is he going to say, hey, I just want to go into one spot?
He has said in the past that he likes to be in one spot. He has told numerous reporters that over the years. So I'm just surprised 2 straight days, no Schwarber leading off. I mean, that's the guy with the most leadoff experience.
Yeah, and the Schwarber thing is a little weird when you think about it because he batted leadoff on the day that Turner did not play.
Right.
On Saturday. So you're thinking, here's a guy with a lot of leadoff experience. He's batted leadoff plenty. He was your leadoff hitter. On days where Turner has not played, he has been the fill-in leadoff guy, essentially. So why would he not be the obvious guy? Mel, maybe the answer to that is, like, to me, you could go Schwarber, Bader, Harper.
Yes.
But I guess they decided to go, because now you have the 2 lefties back-to-back. Bader could have split the lefties.
Right, which, again, goes back to, we know Rob Thompson, the Phillies love to split the lefties. Why not in this case?
Why not in this case? Yeah, and I don't know, I guess Thompson will probably be talking here pregame in a little bit, so maybe someone might ask him why the change. Is it just one of those things where, hey, it's a right-handed guy?
Because the other part of this...
Or, excuse me, a left-handed pitcher, sorry.
Okay, the other part of this, you mentioned about Stott being in the lineup. This is where Alec Bohm being on the IL is more complicated with Turner out. Because we already knew Turner was going to be out with a hamstring. But now, all of a sudden, Bohm being out too, it complicates your entire lineup because now you have to say, well, somebody's got to stay in the lineup, right? One of these, whether it's Kepler or Stott or somebody.
It's, well, Kemp has to play because you need a third baseman. And Turner being out, you need Sosa to play short.
What I'm saying is that Bohm not being there.
Right, but I'm saying because Bohm is not there means you
Stott
basically
or
have
Kepler
Kemp
have to be in there.
But you have Kemp in the 9-hole because right now that's
he's basically your third baseman at this point.
That's what I'm saying. Because Bohm is out, you only really have one guy to play third base. I mean, you could play Weston Wilson there, I guess, but that didn't go so well the last time either. And Kemp is not a good third baseman either.
Right. So my working theory is either Max Kepler or Bryson Stott are going to have to start versus lefties moving forward. Like, for example, you could have put Kepler in the lineup instead of Stott, but for whatever reason, they feel like, look, maybe it's a defensive thing. Maybe they feel like
I would imagine. Well, here you go.
This way.
Castellanos 6 for 21 with 3 homers against Minaya.
Okay.
Harper 6 for 16 with a homer. Sosa 6 for 12 with a homer. Schwarber's 2 for 10 with a homer. Stott's 3 for 7.
So the numbers say
Kepler's
play
1
Stott.
for 7. Marsh is 0 for 3. Wilson's 0 for 4. Bader's 1 for 2. But very, very small sample size. Stott is 3 for 7 with a home run, so he has had
And Kepler's
some
1
success.
for 7, you said.
Yes.
So I think that probably tells you why.
And then the fact that Castellanos has obviously been very good against him. I think you're going to see – this will be interesting to see if they decide to switch it based on –
past matchups.
No, righty-lefty. Like, are they going to switch the leadoff guy depending on who's pitching?
Oh, okay.
Like they did earlier this year. They were using Stott against right-handed guys.
Correct.
And they were using Turner against left-handed guys. And then Stott got so bad as the leadoff man, they had to drop him in the lineup, and they just primarily went with Turner. They just said, all right, we're just going to use Turner. He's now our leadoff guy.
Right.
But for that little time there where they were using Stott for about a month and a half, it was basically if there was a right-handed pitcher, Stott was the leadoff guy. They could do that here, and that would have Harper be the leadoff guy most days, and then Bader would be the leadoff guy on the rest of the days here. I don't know. I am intrigued to see if anybody actually asks Thompson that question. Why today is Bader in the leadoff spot and yesterday was Harper? Like what precluded you to do that?
Well, you're not just curious, is someone going to ask him? You're also curious if Thompson's going to give you a straight answer, or does he give you the, well, we just thought kind of answer?
Paul from Millville asked, Mike, why don't they just let Schwarber lead off? He's the most experienced. Thompson needs to stop tinkering around and use what this team is most used to. Harper should never lead off, and Kepler should never see the four-hole ever again. I actually don't mind Harper leading off. I actually think Harper in the leadoff spot was intriguing. Like, a lot of teams are at the point with the analytics of the world today where your best hitter hits leadoff. Now, you could say that's Schwarber, but Mike Trout hits leadoff. I think he's hitting leadoff right now for he was hitting 2, but I think they actually moved him to the leadoff spot. But a lot of teams, Ohtani hits leadoff.
Ohtani. By the way, Judge has hit leadoff in the past.
Yeah, so I don't have a problem with Harper hitting leadoff. Like, that's something that a lot of teams do. They put their best hitter in the leadoff hole, and it's not because you're a prototypical leadoff hitter. That guy doesn't exist anymore. It's because the leadoff guy gets the most at-bats. The lineup turns over, it goes to number 1. It doesn't go to number 4. It doesn't go to number 3. It goes back to number 1. You want number 1 to get the most at-bats possible.
Well, it's also, I've heard Dave Roberts talk about this in interviews, Mike, where he says that he likes the idea of having your best hitter see the other team's pitcher first, so that guy can go into the dugout and give a more detailed analysis of what's going on.
All right, Jeff Kerr, CBS 3, CBS Sports, covers the Phillies and the Eagles and the NFL, and he joins us now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And, Jeff, I don't know if you saw the Phillies lineup. It just dropped a couple of moments ago, but are you surprised with the switch? Do you think that they're going to do what they did earlier in the year where they had Stott hitting leadoff against right-handed pitchers and Turner hitting leadoff against left-handed pitchers? Or did Bryce Harper say, hey, I tried it, I didn't like it, I'm out? No, we got a frozen version of Jeff Kerr here. We'll try to get him back into the stream here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. But, Jeff covers the Phillies for CBS 3. He does the Phillies Weekly Show every Sunday night. You can check out the Phillies Weekly Show on the X platform on YouTube with Oscar Budjin, who is the Spanish voice of the Philadelphia Phillies. And, one of the things that those guys were talking about, I was watching the show on Sunday night, is the fact with Trey Turner out, what might happen here. Well, we got the first view of that yesterday with Bryce Harper hitting leadoff. But today you have Harrison Bader hitting leadoff. Now, Harrison Bader, we talked about this yesterday. He has hit leadoff a few times in his career. Not a whole heck of a lot. he has hit leadoff a few times. But, he's hit number 2, 28 games. That's it. Bader has been a bottom-of-the-order guy for you for the most part. So to put him at the top of the lineup today and have him hit leadoff, this is something new for him. So we'll get Jeff Kerr from CBS 3, who covers the Phillies, to jump on board here on the Sports Bash Live. We're going to get him on the phone. His video stream is having some issues for the people on the YouTube stream. You'll hear him on the phone here in just a second on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Jeff Kerr, CBS 3, covers the Phillies, and he joins us now on the Sports Bash. A lot going on. There is so much happening between both the Eagles and the Phillies, so the perfect guy to have on is Jeff Kerr, who covers both teams. You can check him out on CBS 3, CBS HQ, CBS Sports, with all the Eagles and Phillies takes. Here we go, Jeff. I don't know, get your thoughts. Phillies lineup dropped today. Bader hitting leadoff. Was Harper one and done, or are they going to have this kind of be the left-handed lineup?
Yeah, you know what, Mike? It's interesting, right? Because I remember Bryce Harper saying in spring training he wasn't really a fan of this whole, bat and leadoff thing. I think he preferred not to have it happen. I honestly was more intrigued by the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs lineup today than Hayden Miller batting second. But
we're on that coming up.
I kind of like this lineup right now, the way they got the Phillies lineup. Harrison Bader leading off. I kind of like that. Kyle Schwarber's still batting second. Harper's back to third. Is it a left-handed lineup? Maybe Rob's still experimenting with it, but I feel like last night's lineup was, I got this guy and this guy out. What do I do? How do I make this right, or as best as I can? Tonight, it feels like he actually had 24 hours to think about this.
Yeah, I am intrigued to see if they, because I can't imagine, Jeff, that Bryce Harper is going to want to hit leadoff some days and then bounce back to number 3 other days. I just don't see that happening. A lot of people wondered, and we had a question yesterday here on the show, who would you want to see hit leadoff? And, of course, a lot of our listeners went back to Schwarber. Why do you think that Schwarber, which would seemingly be the obvious guy, 43% of our listeners said Schwarber, 28% said Bader, 20% said Stott, and only 8% said Bryce Harper. Why not Schwarber?
Yeah, you know what, Mike? That is a good question. I was debating this yesterday, too. Would I rather have Bader or Schwarber? And I'm like, I kind of like Schwarber in the 2, but it makes sense to put him back in leadoff to get that quick 1-0 hit. But I feel like Rob wants a guy who can get on base for Kyle Schwarber. I mean, there's a reason why Kyle Schwarber has 120 RBIs this year. It's because Trey Turner's been getting on base for him, and he's been able to knock him in a bunch, or the bottom of the lineup's been hitting. But, yeah, I kind of agree with a lot of the listeners. I wouldn't have been against Kyle Schwarber leading off, but I think they want him further. I shouldn't even say further down the lineup because he's second, but I think they want that 2 to 4 to be as strong as they can. And I think maybe Rob feels their best combination is Schwarber Harper back to back.
Yeah, this is interesting to see if this is a one-day thing. Are they going to keep changing this? Bader's leading off today. He's been unbelievable for this team. 3 hits again last night. He obviously has given this team a shot in the arm. But when you look at this lineup right now with no Bowman, no Turner, can they get to the finish line and win enough games to stay in that 2 spot and hold the Mets off? That's an 8-game lead there. But can they hold the Dodgers off? They do play L.A., who is starting to get healthy right at the right time.
Yeah, right now it's 4. I'd like for it to stay at 4 by the time next Monday hits. It'd be even better if it's still 4 by the time next Tuesday hits, or even 5, right? Yeah, Mike, I'm a little hard-pressed to see if they can hold on. I think they are going to hold on just because there aren't a lot of games left, and I know they played the Dodgers. By the way, them playing the Dodgers is so weird this year. They played them in April. It feels like an eternity ago, and now they're playing them in September, and you're probably going to see them again in the playoffs. Yeah, I think they are going to hold on. I think they will end up getting that 2 seed. I keep trying to tell people this. This is how you got to look at the standings right now. If the Phillies go 9-9, the Mets got to go 17-1. If the Phillies go 9-9, and the Dodgers, depending on what they do, but I got to remember what they got to go. They're 4 back, so I think it's I'm losing my train of thought here. 13-5. So that's how you got to look at it. And if the Phillies can just play 500 or better baseball, I think they're going to do the job.
All right, Jeff Kerr, CBS 3 covers the Phillies. He's one of the hosts of the Phillies Weekly Show. You can check that out on the X platform and on YouTube. Jeff, did Nola win you back? I mean, if you're penciling in, was that enough? One game in a terrible season for him, but he was excellent last night. Was that game enough to say Nola's back in your playoff rotation?
I got to see another game or two, but I'll tell you what, Mike, that's what I wanted to see out of Aaron Nola last night. I wanted to see him grind. I wanted to see him beat Aaron Nola again. And last night told me at least he still got it. He still is Aaron Nola, and that's what I've been waiting for this whole season. I honestly think, like, Aaron Nola last night, that was a sense of pride thing, because I tweeted the game before that. That's the worst I've ever seen him pitch. No velocity, no command, basically had nothing, and he got rocked. That was him saying to himself, I was one of the best pitchers in baseball. I still feel I am one of the best pitchers in baseball, and I'm going to show everybody tonight. I was more than impressed with how Aaron – you know what, Mike? I had them losing last night. Just going into it, they stood tall. They won 1-0. It wasn't pretty, but a win is a win this time of year, and I got to give them credit. I think that was one of their best wins of the season.
Well, let's take a look at some of these. I mean, no Turner, no Bohm. You're going to have to do that. I mean, you look at these these lineups, you're thinking you can't win 1-0 every single night of the week, though. I mean, can this offense score enough runs? Look at the lineup they're throwing out there today. I mean, you've got, Weston, Wilson, Sosa hitting in the 6-hole today with Wilson and Kemp. This is going to be a tough stretch to score enough runs to win a bunch of games here.
Yeah, I agree. And that's what scares me, right? I just don't think this lineup is deep enough to actually be as productive as it was. We were talking about this on Phillies Weekly the other night, Mike. By the way, thanks for the plug. The offense has been carrying this team since the trade deadline. It hasn't been the pitching. It's been the offense. And it was weird because we complained about the offense long before that. So, what I think about this team is they're very balanced, but they're very good in terms of, okay, this unit's got to step up or that unit's got to step up. So right now I'm looking at this team as I think it's time for the pitching to kind of carry the load for the last couple of weeks, at least until Trey Turner comes back. It does look like Alec Boehm will be back in 9 days, but I mean, you got to look at it this way too, Mike. Kyle Schwarber has been struggling. Bryce Harper has been struggling. Those two have to step up as well.
They are 9 for 69 in their last 9 games. They're hitting 130, yet they've been winning. I mean, they've been winning games without those two guys in the lineup making a lot of an impact. But that's Trey Turner, and I want to get your thoughts on this because you talked about the lineup today at AAA, and you mentioned Aiden Miller's hitting number 2. Would there be a scenario in your mind where they turn to the young kid?
I would say no because I felt like this is and obviously plans change, but this felt like a cup of coffee for Aiden Miller AAA, just like it was for Aiden Miller in AA last year. He came up the last week or two of the season and pretty much just played, and they kind of shut him down after that. I think this is what this is too. But look, Aiden Miller could bring you a spark at the top of the line, and you're not asking Aiden Miller to be this tremendous hitter and play in the postseason or anything like that. It's like, okay, kid, just give us a couple weeks here and go back. But I think they really like where Aiden Miller is at physically, mentally. I don't think they want to screw up that development at all. They're really high on him. Dave Dombrowski has told me firsthand, we think he can be a shortstop. We believe he's going to play shortstop at this level. Yeah. That's where I think all the Aiden Miller conversation is coming in.
I'll tell you this. So, you've seen him play. You've seen him play in person, correct?
I've seen him play a ton this year.
Okay. Do you think he would be a capable big league shortstop? Because to me, that's more meaningful because they brought Rojas up here a couple of years ago from AA, who obviously is nowhere near the prospect Miller was. They're about the same age, and Rojas was basically here to play center field. He ended up hitting over 300, had a 340 on-base percentage, and the one thing that Miller could add to this lineup is a guy who can steal a base. Can he play? But to me, can he play shortstop at the big league level, and then whatever you get from him in the 9-hole is gravy?
Yeah, you know what, Mike? I think he can. I think he's developed enough as a shortstop over the last 2 years to play shortstop at the big league level. And I really do think he's going to be a long-term shortstop for this franchise. That's why I think they were so reluctant to trade him. They knew how good he was. And I used to tell people this, don't look at the batting average all the time with Hayden Miller. Like, this is back when he was hitting like 220. He was hitting the ball well, but his on-base percentage was like 360 when he was hitting 220. And he was getting on base. I'm like, you just don't steal 50 bases because you're getting hits. You're finding ways to get on base. He's a very selective hitter. He's a very patient hitter. I really thought he's grown over the last 2 years. Like, he started out really slow in Jersey Shore, really picked it up in Reading. I wouldn't be surprised if they would call him up at any point, but I really do think this is a cup of coffee for AAA.
Yeah, I do. I just would say this. If he can play shortstop, that puts Sosa back into a platoon role at second base, or right now you're playing Otto Kemp at third base, and defensively he's not very good. I would want a better defense out there if from my 9-hole hitter. If my 9-hole hitter isn't giving me much offensively and he's weak defensively, I'll go with the better defensive player. And if that means I got to call up a 21-year-old kid, guess what? Last night I saw a kid pitch against me that dominated me. I saw the Mets have brought up 3 kids who have dominated. So those kids seem to be ready. Why is it my guy?
And you know what? Here's another thing too, Mike. They really believe Otto Kemp's going to be a huge part of their future going forward too. I've been told that by Rob Thompson even. Because I asked him, what was the message to him send down? He goes, hey, look, we still think he's going to be a huge part of our future here, which is honestly incredible, like how high they've been on Otto Kemp. And I think this is more of a, let's see now how Otto Kemp is his second time around, right? And I feel like this is their chance to kind of showcase Otto Kemp a little bit to the front office, for all these guys that believe in him. But yeah, I do agree with Hayden Miller, right? If he's the better player, I think you play him.
Well,
and he played some third base this year.
And Kemp could be up, and he replaces Donovan Walton. I would imagine Kemp is a better option than Donovan Walton in anything. Now, Donovan, give him some credit. He's had a good AAA season, but you like Kemp more than you like Walton, and, there you go. So, I don't know. I would take that shot if I was the Phillies. I doubt it would happen, Jeff. Let's flip over to your other job, which is covering the NFL and the Eagles. Interesting things from Vic Fangio today. He said that Adoree Jackson will start for now, but they prefer Cooper DeJean at nickel. He was pretty clear about that, because when they brought Mike Hilton in yesterday, people thought, oh, well, he could play the slot. Maybe they want to put Cooper out there. Did that kind of stand out that they don't want to move Cooper out of the nickel?
Yeah, and you know what? I think it's because they play nickel more than 80% of their snaps. I think that is their thought process. It's, look, we want to keep our best cornerback at nickel. And no disrespect to Quinton Mitchell here, because he's really good too. But, I think they want Cooper DeJean to play that matchup, and the Chiefs are going to test the middle of the field. And so that's where Cooper DeJean is going to come in. This is how I view the Adoree Jackson thing. Who else are you going to go to right now? Like, this isn't a knock against Jacorian Bennett. This isn't a knock against, I'm just trying to think of overall, like, who do you go with? Like, is Jacorian Bennett ready, or is Adoree Jackson the most ready guy? That's what's so tough about this. I just don't think there are any options they can go to here.
Well, that's going to be a fluid situation, it sounds like there. Also, you tweeted out this morning there wasn't going to be a Carter decision whether the NFL was going to suspend him or not until all the Week 1 games are played. They are now all in the books. Do we get an answer today? Is it just a fine? What happens with Carter?
Yeah, I would expect something today, and I expect something around when the transaction wire hits around 4 or 5 o'clock, so that should be coming. I always say sometimes no news is good news. I'm sure he's going to get fined. I'm sure Dak Prescott's going to get fined. I wouldn't be shocked, because it's a very tough situation, right, Mike? I know you and I haven't really gotten to talk about this, but what do you like? How do you feel about this? Do you think he should get suspended, or do you think he kind of was suspended already?
Well, that whole thing, it's like if he spit at the guy before the game starts and you say, well, he spit it. What's the difference if he spits early in the game or like midway through the third quarter? Like, does he not get suspended first? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know that the timing of when it happens lessens what he did. But
Yeah, exactly.
here's the
And I
part
like
of it
to
that
tell people,
here's the part of it, Jeff, that gets thrown a wrench. The Dak Prescott part of it. Do they look at that and say, well, he was somewhat provoked, so now we got to throw that in? Okay. Then, to me, the Florida kid spitting on the kid from USF the other night. That's exactly what the NFL doesn't want. They're saying sportsmanship, and now we have a guy spitting on a kid in a college game. That has to be thought about. And then the Lamar Jackson pushing the kid there, and they're trying to do sportsmanship. And if they don't penalize these guys when they're saying we have we're looking at sportsmanship, that's a bad look for the NFL. So this is a tough one because I think the Eagles could step in and almost do like an NCAA team and police, hey, you know what? We're taking care of this. He's going to be suspended for a game. And then the NFL steps out and says, okay, you did it. Instead, they're waiting for the NFL. This is a weird situation.
yeah, I would agree with you. And right, this is what I like to tell people too. He was already suspended for a game crowd. And I'm glad you pointed out, well, what's the difference in the first or third quarter? If you look at the game book, Jalen Carter played in that game. He played. He didn't do anything in that game, but he played in it. So he technically was not suspended. And look, I mean, I wish the NFL would have made a decision sooner, but I knew it wasn't going to be till after the Week 1 games. I don't think this city can grasp this. The Eagles played Thursday night. Just because they played Thursday night doesn't mean the world stops. There are other teams that played, and there are other incidents like Lamar Jackson. Like it's like you said, the Lamar Jackson. How are you going to handle that? Even though that fan was 100% in the wrong, and I still think Lamar Jackson was in the right. How are you going to do the sportsmanship, the zero tolerance thing? And does Lamar get fined? What happens there?
Yeah,
I don't know.
This is a weird situation. We'll see what ends up happening. I know a lot of people think he will be fined. There is still a possibility of a suspension. We'll keep our eyes on that. Jeff, we'll get you out on this. A trade last night for Tank Bigsby, another running back, but really more of a kick returner. And we've got some news that looks like Will Shipley could be out for a while.
Yeah, and you know what? It was funny, too, because when all that stuff was coming out, well, we want to improve the kick returner position. I said, yes, I agree with that, but there's more to the story, and I wrote about that today for CBS. It's like, well, how long is Will Shipley really going to be out here? If it's a broken rib, like as what is being reported, and, it was a rib injury on Thursday, you need a number 2 running back. You just can't roll with Saquon Barkley, A.J. Dillon, and Audric Estime. You got to do something here. So I think that's a major, major upgrade for a position they quite frankly needed. And Tank Bigsby was just the odd man out in Jacksonville. Everybody thought it was going to be Travis Etienne. I think the Jaguars proved Week 1 that wasn't the case, and they like their two rookie running backs they drafted in the 4th and 7th round. So I think that made Bigsby expendable. And look, you got 2 draft picks for him. That's a really good haul for Jacksonville.
Jeff Kerr covers the Eagles, the NFL for CBS Sports, and, of course, the Phillies for CBS 3. And check out his Phillies weekly show on the X platform and on YouTube Sunday nights. And, of course, right here Tuesdays on the Sports Bash. I'm glad we could connect with you, buddy.
It sounds great. I don't know what it's been today, Mike, with my Wi-Fi, with my internet. I tried 2 computers. I'm like, I give up. I'm like, he can call me at this point.
Well, glad it worked out. Good stuff, man. We'll talk to you next time around. Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, CBS 3 here on the Sports Bash. And Jeff always, of course, does great coverage. Great stuff over at CBSSports.com and CBS 3 on the Phillies. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. And coming up, this week's edition, who's in, who's out, my 14 NFL playoff teams, who, after the first week, impressed me to stay in the playoff chase, and who disappointed me and is out of my playoff mix. A couple teams have already switched. Find out who they are coming up next. All right, 336. Thanks to Jeff Kerr jumping on board. Always good to have the versatile Jeff Kerr on. Covers the Phillies and the Eagles. CBS Sports, CBS 3 Philadelphia. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And this hour of the show is brought to you by Broadly Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation for generations. 609-390-3907. Online at broadleys.net. By the way, forgot to give a shout-out last hour. Glenn, right? What was
Glenn in Northfield.
Glenn in Northfield was our qualifier, and Glenn, will see you at Maynard's in Margate. We have another chance to qualify coming up this hour on the Sports Bash, and we'll do one random opportunity throughout the show, so keep listening for that chance as well. We'll tell you how you can qualify to win Eagles-Giants tickets for the game on Thursday Night Football at MetLife Stadium. A pair of tickets, transportation to and from the game, full tailgate party, the whole 9 yards. You know we do it right here on the Sports Bash. It is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, and it's time for this week's edition of Who's In and Who's Out, brought to you by Jenkins and Sons Plumbing and Heating for HVAC, plumbing, or drain cleaning. 609-641-6262. Visit jenkinsandsons.com. All right, ready? Here we go.
Here we go.
Couple changes this week.
All right. I want to see if your changes, are you coming to my side or are you creating your own path?
Who's in the East? The Bills in the AFC.
That's consensus.
Who's in the North? Baltimore, even though they lost.
Yeah, see, I'm going with Baltimore as well because I think at the end of the day, let's be realistic. Baltimore can still win 14 games, and they just happen to lose to the Bills. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like they're a bad team.
Bad choke job, though.
Bad choke job, but, it was a road game, so you have to wonder, teams, they start out slowly, right? Maybe this is just who the Ravens are now, but they'll be better later.
In the South, are you ready to go Colts? Not me. I got the Texans.
I still got the Texans as well, but I do think that if the Daniel Jones that you saw on Sunday is not just a byproduct of playing a pathetic Dolphins team, oh boy, that's going to be an interesting race in the South.
All the former Giant players are playing well. That was the storyline on Sunday.
Kind of makes you wonder.
Yeah. I had the Chargers in the West last week, so I'm sticking with them.
Me too. I like that Chargers team.
A wild card. Broncos.
Not me.
Chiefs.
I got them.
Bengals.
I got the Bengals. Come on, man. You're missing out on the other story of the weekend. Aaron Rodgers. Come on, man. He John Wicked everybody.
Yeah.
He told everybody, I think I'm back.
Yeah, but you know what? Their defense concerned me in a game against the Jets.
But was that a byproduct of the former Steelers quarterback playing for the Jets?
Could be. Listen, right now, Denver's defense is really good. That's the know.
The differentiator.
Knicks did not look great the other day. That concerns you a little bit. But right now, if you're going to give me the Broncos defense against a Pittsburgh offense, I think the Broncos defense is pretty darn good.
That Aaron Rodgers looked really good to me. I was impressed.
I don't know that he's going to last the season. That offensive line's not great.
No, but they showed in some of the replays that, he actually did a good job at shuffling around the pressure.
So I have no changes in the AFC after 1 week.
I am pretty much the same after, yeah. Wow, look at us. Just being consistent.
Eagles in the East.
Yep.
I had last week the Packers in the North. I'm sticking with the Packers.
I got the Packers.
The South, I have the Bucks.
Tampa Bay. Let's go.
In the West, I had the Rams. I'm sticking with the Rams.
And I'm sticking with the 49ers.
Wild card.
I know the 49ers got injuries, but it's early.
Commanders.
Yep.
I do have the Niners, but the injuries do bother me. Purdy did not look great. They don't have a lot of weapons, and now they've lost Kittle. He's on the injured list.
That is true. I got the Rams in the wild card, so I kind of swapped the 49ers.
Yeah, the problem is there's just not a lot of teams in the NFC to choose from. I did make one change. Minnesota is in,
Ah.
and the Lions are out.
You've come to the dark side.
That Lions team looked discombobulated mess. Didn't like what I saw there.
I think it's a little more than the coordinators.
I think it's a little bit more than the coordinators but one of the things we did talk about was Ragnow, their interior of the offensive line was a disaster.
It was a fiasco. Like Jared Goff was like, where's all this pressure coming from? He was like scared.
I mean, I will say, like, I don't want to completely indict them, but I did like what I saw from Minnesota's defense last night. Caleb Williams, I didn't like him coming out of the draft, and he has done nothing to win me over. In the first half of that game, you would say J.J. McCarthy is overwhelmed, and the moment was way too big for that kid. But, man, did he settle in last night and help them win that game.
I was incredibly impressed with J.J. McCarthy.
Good job out of him.
I love the fact that he came out of halftime and said, all right, we're going to recalibrate, we're going to refocus. And you know what? It's getting to the point now, Mike, that Kevin O'Connell might be the new quarterback whisperer.
He is turning into one of those coaches that you want to play for. No question about it. And did you see McCarthy after the game?
Yes.
And O'Connell in the locker room? Kevin O'Connell's becoming that coach that you want to play for,
Yeah,
no doubt.
He's turning into the guy that other guys are saying to their agent, how can I get to Minnesota?
That's who's in, who's out. I have one change this week. Just Minnesota in, Lions out. That's it. We'll see how it all unfolds next week. It all starts on Thursday Night Football right here on 97.3 ESPN. It's the Commanders and the Packers. Great game this week.
Awesome game.
Great game. And you can listen to that game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Commanders and Packers. We got a busy lineup of NFL football for you this weekend. Let's map it all out. Thursday night, we got Washington and Green Bay. Sunday, we've got Eagles and Chiefs on 97.3 ESPN. On our sister station, Rock 104.1, we have an NFL doubleheader. Steelers-Seahawks. That's Rodgers versus Darnold. Good game. I'm in. Broncos-Colts is now a very interesting game at 4 o'clock because now the Colts, if they win, they're 2-0. And if the Broncos win, they're 2-0. You can listen to those two games on our sister station, Rock 104.1. And then Sunday Night Football, Falcons and Vikings on 97.3 ESPN. The Vikings win. They get to 2-0. The Falcons lose. They go to 0-2 to start the season off. And then a Monday night doubleheader, Tampa Bay and Houston is the first game on Monday night, followed by the Chargers and Raiders. And the Raiders, if they win, they'll be 2-0. If the Chargers win, they'll be 2-0. So it's a big Week 2 slate of football right here on 97.3 ESPN. Saturday, we got some college games. Georgia, Tennessee, big one. That's on Rock 104.1. The Backyard Brawl, Pitt, West Virginia. That's on 97.3, although West Virginia's season is a complete dumpster disaster. They lost to Ohio University.
Yeah.
And then Florida LSU is the night
Bobcats.
game on 97.3. Yes, yeah. And put it this way, the Bobcats almost lost to Rutgers.
They did.
And at that point, you're thinking that team stinks. And then they beat West Virginia. So West Virginia really stinks. But what stinks the most? It's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. And it's coming up next. Stick around for that on 97.3 ESPN.
What is the least versatile condiment? Because I think it's relish. Because I think relish has one move. You put it on a hot dog, that's it. No one's ever like, boy, let me fire up some relish for this turkey sandwich. You never see it. It's got one thing, and that's it.
Is relish a condiment?
There's sometimes you put a version of a relish, not the relish that you're speaking of, but a different version of a relish
on a turkey sandwich. Yeah, it hits. Yeah,
on a sandwich or like a crab cake or something.
Yeah, there are those artisanal relishes that you can put. Yeah.
Chutney is a mix of fruits, veggies, and spices. Relish is typically made from strictly vegetables, and it's pickled.
Relish has one move. It's got nothing.
That's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. It's brought to you by Whitehorse RV Center. Your RV adventure starts here. What's the least versatile condiment? Josh, what do you got?
I mean, relish is a good pull by Pat Costello there.
But you could use relish on a burger.
I mean, if you really wanted to.
Do you like a pickle on a burger? Are you a pickle guy, period?
I'm a pickle guy just to have a pickle, but like I'm not a guy who's like, oh my gosh, I can have pickles on my sandwich.
The other night I made a burger. I guess it was Labor Day. We had a little, burgers on the grill. I put pickle on my burger. I'm a pickle on the burger guy.
I mean, that's solid.
Now, I'm not a relish guy at all.
I couldn't even tell you last time I had relish.
I don't know that
To me, relish is
the funny part is
sauerkraut.
we have relish in the house because it's one of those things that comes in like the 3-pack sometimes.
Gotcha.
And you always have the big thing of relish that nobody ever uses. But I kind of like relish. I just never think to use relish. So I heard this discussion live this morning, and I actually messaged Pat Costello. I said, that's my unsportsmanlike moment of the day. I got a couple.
How about sauerkraut?
Is that a condiment? I don't think so.
Well, if you're saying relish is a condiment, isn't sauerkraut?
No, sauerkraut doesn't come in like a jar.
Yeah, it does.
Like a squeeze jar? Like a mustard
but
or
relish doesn't come in a squeeze jar either.
What does it?
I said relish doesn't come in a squeeze jar.
Mine does.
Well, you got some weird relish, man.
No, the relish comes in the thing with the yellow mustard, ketchup, and relish. They come together when you go to the Sam's Club in a big squeeze thing.
Good for Sam's Club.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen sauerkraut though in a.
So what's your least?
Well, I said pancake syrup. What else do you use pancake syrup for other than pancakes?
Waffles.
Or a waffle. But they're just generally used for that.
For that breakfast item.
Yeah, what else do you use pancake syrup for?
Nothing.
Is pancake syrup, in fact, the least versatile condiment? How about grape jelly?
Peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
That's about it.
Donuts.
Would you put it on the donut?
Why not?
No, I've never done that before.
I'm weirder than you.
Grape jelly is essentially a one-trick pony. It's a PB&J. What about horseradish?
Horseradish, I think, has more versatility. I think horseradish is one of those things where I've seen people put that on different stuff.
It's very nichey, but like when I think of horseradish, you know what I think of? You ever go to what's that place called? Oyster Creek? Out there in like Smithville?
I mean, I haven't been out there in a while.
Out that way. They used to have the oyster the crackers, hard like
oyster
crackers.
crackers,
With the horseradish on them. That's the only time I ever see horseradish. Unless you use it for like prime rib or roast beef or something like that.
Sounds really good right now. Some roast beef.
Just saying, people's Justin from Galloway, French toast. Yeah, I mean all of your pancakes, French toast, waffle, breakfast stuff. But what else are you using pancake syrup for? Glazing a ham with maple syrup, not so much a condiment then. You do put the maple syrup, I guess, on the ham.
Right, but not all pancake syrup is maple syrup. That's the delineation, because not all syrup is made with maple.
Mike, relish is great in tuna fish. I barely put any mayup in mine, just enough to keep it together, but go heavy on the relish and celery. Drew from EHT.
Drew just gave me a great idea. I hate mayonnaise.
You go on relish and tuna fish?
I got to say, me and Canty, we're on the same page. We hate mayonnaise. We like mustard.
I'm mustard on everything. Mustard is my number one go-to.
You, me, and Canty, we all can eat together.
Is butter a condiment? Butter's versatile, though. You can use that on
Butter's
everything.
you can use for anything.
Yeah. Mike, my favorite condiment is hot sauce mixed with ketchup for, like, chicken tenders and stuff. Hot sauce and ketchup? Way off on that. Way off on that. All right, what's the least versatile condiment? Let us know. 609. Tartar sauce, cocktail sauce, any of those? 609-403-0973. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. And right now, it's your chance. Caller 7, 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Caller number 7 right now. You have a chance to win Eagles-Giants tickets for Thursday Night Football at MetLife on October the 9th. You must be present to win at Maynard's in Margate on Wednesday, September 24th. Wednesday, September 24th, we are live at Maynard's in Margate on Amherst Avenue, where one lucky winner will walk away with a pair of tickets, transportation, full tailgate party, DJ, the whole 9 yards. This is going to be a great trip. Maynard's in Margate, that's where we'll be. The Sports Bash Live. Caller 7, 609-573-3776. Good luck. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We are there every Monday. We were there yesterday. We had a great time. Man, good to be out there. We're going to be on the road at Maynard's in Margate on Wednesday, September the 24th. And we have our latest qualifier this hour on the Sports Bash. It is Robert in Little Egg Harbor. So Robert in Little Egg will see you at Maynard's in Margate. And now Robert has a chance to win Eagles-Giants tickets. It is a road game at MetLife. We're sending Eagles fans to the game for Thursday Night Football. And we're getting ready to talk Eagles and Chiefs right now. It is Football at 4, and it's Adam Caplan from the Inside the Birds podcast and InsideTheBirds.com with us right now on the Sports Bash. Adam, man, this team relentlessly just keep making moves and doing stuff here. They trade for a running back last night, and obviously people saying, wait, why'd you need a running back? Well, it seems like things are starting to trickle out today.
Yeah, well, here's the problem. Well, Shipley got hurt with a rib injury. He was, I think, limited to 6 plays. And because of that, and A.J. Dillon, it just doesn't have explosiveness. And the guy that they traded for will serve 2 roles. Once Tank Bigsby knows what he's doing in the offense, which could be this week, we'll see. He's past the physical, so he's on the football team. Let's not forget, Mike, the Eagles gave him not just one for backup running back, 2 draft picks. Albeit third day, 5th and 6th round picks. Mike, that's a lot for a guy. Now, what he'll also do in addition to getting work, once Shipley comes back, getting work behind Shipley, because that's really what his role is, to provide depth. Because Shipley right now is not healthy. He's got the rib injury. Also, the guy, now he hadn't done a lot in the pros, but the Eagles really like Tank Bigsby on kickoff returns. 2 years ago, he had less than a dozen, but his average was really high. And by the way, Shipley has been one of their kickoff returners. So they need to do that, and that's what they're going to do. I know it surprises people. I know there are fans who said, what, 2 draft picks? This guy's going to take Shipley's job. That's not why they did this. Shipley, Mike, right now is hurt. That's why they did this. And Shipley, look, he's explosive, Mike. You saw that run and catch. That was a great play. And Bigsby, Mike, is really strong, and he's a little bit more explosive. We talked to Greg Cosell about him. We're dropping a show later this week where we break down the Cowboys tape with Greg. We dropped the defensive tape today. We're dropping the offensive tape, I think, Thursday morning. Either tomorrow or Thursday morning. But, Mike, he really likes Bigsby. And the Eagles have a lot of draft picks for next year, and this is what they did with them.
By the way, Adam Schefter just tweeted out the NFL is fining Jalen Carter $57,222 for spitting on Dak Prescott. They said the game that he was ejected from will serve as a 1-game suspension. So Carter will pay $57,222, and he will play for the Eagles on Sunday. Any surprise there?
No, but here let me just explain where Drew Rosenhaus, his agent, covered from. Carter didn't play. He was disqualified for the game before kickoff. But before the game started. But here's the thing: he got paid for the game. That's why they didn't appeal. Okay, that's the whole thing here. The fact that we don't know. Maybe it'll be reported. Maybe we'll find out. We've found out over the years when they've disciplined players. There's going to be some sort of discipline. Sirianni said it more than once. He wouldn't say what it's going to be. Now, if it's he won't start the game, that's what we call like a token. Hey, slap on the wrist. Hey, you won't start the game. But it's a sign that, hey, we don't accept the way that what you did. You got thrown out. But the bottom line is, Mike, you got to send a message. Whatever is legal with the CBA, the CBA has changed a little bit from what you could actually do to a player. But he's got to be sent a message. I said this to Jeff on our show that dropped yesterday. What if this had been a playoff game, Mike?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. So the Eagles, they kind of make out here, right? I mean, they won the game. Yep. He didn't play, and he's fined an arbitrary. Well, I guess it's in the CBA, $57,222.
It is. That's the number, right? Because that's the first. I don't have it in front of me, but that number is exactly in the CBA. I think for a first offense. Yeah, it's I've read those fine letters. They're actually kind of fun. They're kind of harsh sometimes. But this one is a sportsmanship. So I know the argument for people, you don't have to be a Cowboys fan, for people who think that Carter's getting off scot-free. Well, look, I don't disagree because the NFL made it clear with sportsmanship, this is our new thing that we're cracking down on, and this is a pinky on the wrist, not a slap on the wrist. This is a pinky. Come on.
Yeah, obviously we talked about Bigsby, the thought process there, and his fit with this team. Kick returner too. They have made some interesting decisions. They did bring in Zadarius Smith, and I think on Friday you were live on the air when that happened here. Yeah. So now you've had some time to kind of look at some things. How will he be used today? Vic Fangio said, "Well, never really seen the guy. I know who he is, but I don't know much about him. So what does this mean for the other pass rushers, and how do you see him fitting in?"
Yeah, he's what we call a power rusher. But now we don't know what he weighs. He's listed as 270. He is 33 years old. He's been relatively healthy over his career. I've talked to people who've worked with him before. Good leader, good locker room guy. Now, he's got strong presence. He's got his opinions, but he's a good football player. Now, Mike, he had a good season. The thing was, Detroit acquired him because the Browns were bad, and he helped them. They needed him. Now, they cut him. They didn't want to pay him, but they had interest, I'm told, in bringing him back. The Eagles beat him to the punch. And by the way, the Lions' pass rush is really not there. That's one of the reasons why I picked the Packers 3 weeks ago when I had to turn these picks in to win the NFC North. So, I love this move now. Again, he hasn't played since January. Let's just understand you're over 9 months here. Who knows what kind of physical shape he's in? That's what Fangio is saying. It all sounds good. Now, the Robert Quinn thing that people brought up, remember, Robert Quinn, Eagles didn't know about it. He passed the physical. He had a knee problem and a back problem. He was toast after that, Mike. I don't even know that he played again after he played for the Eagles. So this is different. Unless something we didn't know about comes up. He's healthy. Again, he passed the physical. He didn't have anything previous that he got here. Robert Quinn previously had something, and then it flared up again, the back problem. So I love the move. This is, and it's not like he had to give up a draft pick for him because he was a street free agent because he was released. This is a smart move, and it's one that you typically do after week one, so you don't guarantee all the money.
All right, Adam Caplan, Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash. I do want to get a couple quick things before you got to get out of here today. Yeah. One, today Fangio did say Adoree Jackson will play, but he did really hammer home that they want Cooper DeJean in the nickel. That seemed to me was one of the big things. Was he was asked about Cooper because they did bring Mike Hilton in here, a veteran player who has played primarily in the slot, and he was asked about where they prefer, if they would think about moving him out there, and he said we prefer him in the nickel. So I guess it looks like, at least for the short term, Adoree Jackson is going to be the guy.
Right, and then Jacorian Bennett will eventually take that job, Mike. And then if that doesn't work, trade. I mean, this really, although I'm surprised they haven't. Now, again, we're only in the second week. We're not even in mid-September yet, but Kendall Fuller, who played for Vic 2 years ago, he's out there. From everything I've been told, he still wants to play. He's 30. The guy can play. And he's had a number of injuries, but, I'd watch for that. Now, understand, Mike Gill is not an outside. He's not a cornerback. He's only a nickel.
Yeah,
that's it. When he was arguably for about 4 or 5 years, him and Kenny Moore were the best nickel defenders, and he's an older player now. He's near the end. So if you follow me on Twitter, I did tweet all the workouts. How about the working out Quez Watkins? That made me laugh. How about that one?
I know. I saw that, and I was like, interesting, an old reunion with Quez Watkins there. But, I was going to say they're probably pretty happy with their wide receiving core right now.
Yeah, but see, all right, I'm glad you brought this up, so let me go inside football here. Most workouts have nothing to do with what's currently going on. They're called emergency lists. Because what happens, Mike, on these workouts, 2 things happen. You take a physical, and you can tape the workout. So let's say, okay, let's extrapolate. Let's say DeJean suffers an ankle injury. He's out 2 weeks. Let's say Vic is not ready, but Mac McWilliams as the nickel, and he doesn't feel like anyone else could do it. You've already worked out Mike Hilton. You taped his workout. He's already passed your physical. You saw him run. You have all the information you need. So all you need to do is it's either in-house or you go out and sign a guy like Mike Gill. That's why you work these guys out, Mike. More often than not, it doesn't have to do with anything currently. It's what if somebody gets hurt, is this guy ready to go? And Mike Hilton, everything I've been told, he's healthy, ready to go.
Right, and I know the injury report not out yet. They play on Sunday. That'll come out tomorrow. But I'll be interested to see what's going on with Landon Dickerson. He obviously could not finish the game. If the Eagles will have to go to a left guard, because but the thing I wanted to ask is not about Dickerson's availability, but Brett Toth was the first guy in there. Yeah. Were you surprised by that?
No. Once we saw Dylan McMahon was not active, and Matt Pryor, Mike. See, the thing is, it wouldn't be fair to him. He barely practiced at left guard. He'd never played it before. 2 or 3 days he started working there, but he's way more comfortable at right tackle and right guard. Fred Johnson's the backup left. Pryor's the backup right. For the life of me now, you talk about workouts, that's the one position they haven't worked any veterans at left guard. I don't know why. Now, is that a sign that Dickerson might be ready? Maybe.
Okay.
But we know that Stoutland is absolutely loved Brett Toth. We could all disagree. Stout's got better information than everyone listening, and you and I. But it is what it is. And Stout they trust. If he thinks the kid could do it, been on and off the roster for 6 years, Mike. He's the backup left guard for now.
I feel like there's always that guy on every team that just comes, goes. You know, it's like the Eagles have had a bunch of the guys, especially offensive linemen, that just are always kind of the old faithful.
Julian Vandervelde, yes. He was I don't know. So I came up with this term, roster tango, about 8 years ago when Jeff and I started the company. It was because of him. I don't have it in front of me, but it might have been 14 times he was cut. It was some ridiculous number. And I'm amazed that an agent will put up with it, because agents don't get paid on practice squad deals. They have to be on the 53. So, yeah, now if you get the game check, the agent gets money. But that Julian Vandervelde was an incredible story, man. There have been, and then there was a punter named Brock Miller, who's the tryout punter for a number of years. He never would really sign with a team. He rarely did. He was just the guy that, because he's a left-footed punter, they want to see the spin off the guy's left foot. Eagles brought him in before. It's fun. These workouts make me laugh sometimes.
I think you were the one that said the other day how impressed you were with Braden Mann.
He is. I'm going to see Sean Landetta tonight at an event, the former Eagles punter, two-time Eagles punter. And I want to ask Sean about Braden Mann. He had, and any reporter, Andrew DiCecco knows this, and so does Jeff. I got to tell you, Braden Mann had one of the best training camps I've ever seen for a punter. I never know what it means, because when they say the live bullets fly, you got to see how the guy does. Holy smokes, Mike! He was incredible on Sunday. And it's funny because the Steelers have went through a number of punters, like 3 punters since they cut him. I'm surprised that the Steelers got rid of him. The Jets never should have cut him. He's a good punter. Howie got that one. That was a good move by Howie a couple of years ago to get Braden Mann. Yep.
Well, obviously, there's the big news. That's the breaking news. The NFL will fine Jalen Carter $57,222 for spitting on Dak Prescott. He will not be suspended. The game that he set out, that serves as his suspension. He's Adam Caplan. This is Football at 4. Check out the Inside the Birds podcast on all podcasting platforms. Your source for Eagles intel. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
All right, Adam Caplan, everybody, here on the Sports Bash Live. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook. We'll be back there on Monday and all football season long, every Monday at Ocean Casino. Go to Ocean, go for the win. For more, visit oceanac.com. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. So, obviously, that is big news. We'll keep it... in terms of keeping it together, as a fan, you're saying Jalen Carter's out there. Yeah, this is great. How do you feel about Jalen Carter spitting on the guy and he gets a $57,000 fine? Do you guys feel like that is fair, unfair, unjust? They're saying, and this is directly from the league, is the fact that he basically did not play in that game, that game is serving as a suspension. They are looking at it as he was suspended a game. I personally think that's kind of weak sauce.
Why do you think it's weak sauce?
Where you did something wrong in the game should not have any. You did something wrong. It doesn't matter if you did something wrong in the first minute or the 15th minute.
So you don't think that him being kicked out of the game was enough punishment?
If you're saying you would have suspended him for a game, but that is serving as the suspension, to me the optics are, well, we're gonna use that as a suspension. So they're saying what you did, we should suspend you for a game. But because of when you did it, that's good enough for us.
I mean, personally, I don't mind this at all because, one, there's no precedent in NFL history for a guy spitting on someone and getting suspended is number one. Number two,
I agree with that, but they're saying that that served as a suspension, and they were okay with that.
Number two, there's nothing in the rule book that explicitly explains what unsportsmanlike conduct is. It's a very subjective, open-ended, ambiguous, gray area situation.
I agree, but I would assume in every way, shape, or form, spitting on another human being would be deemed unsportsmanlike.
And that's why he is being forced to forfeit game check. Because they're basically saying that, look, we are going to punish you by taking money out of your pocket.
$57,000. This is what we talked about the other day. Just doesn't move the needle. $57,000. I mean, come on. He could walk down the hallway and just start throwing that and say, who wants to pick up my bills for me?
Now, again, you could have penalized him more. The league could have taken more money out of his pocket. I don't know.
They couldn't, though. That's what we were just talking about because of the CBA. This rule, and I was explaining this to somebody earlier. That's why the number is 57,222. There's just some arbitrary number of this is what the number is. If you get so this is what the NFL put out. Jalen Carter of the Eagles has been suspended without pay for one game for his act. Because Carter was disqualified before participating in a single play, the suspension is considered to have been served in week 1, and he will forfeit his game check. So that's where the number comes from.
Right, the number is the forfeit of the game check.
Correct. But they're saying because he got suspended before he actually played in a play, that's okay. But if he played in one play, would they have said, that doesn't count? You're suspended for the next game.
We don't know because we know the NFL constantly moves the goalposts.
Well, and the Eagles are not fighting this because they're saying we got off easy. $57,000, pay the damn fine, and keep your spit in your mouth.
Well, remember, there's nothing in the CBA says the team can't fine him more on top of it.
That is true.
So there's a very strong possibility the Eagles saying, look, the NFL is taking away your game 1 check, we're taking away your game 2 check. It's a very strong possibility that they're going to be like, look, the league is going to do what they're going to do. We're going to pile on a little more to prove the point. Because remember, Sal Powell was with you, Mike, on Friday, and he was very explicit. He said that suspending Carter is not the answer. He said the answer was to get through to the young man. And you heard Fangio say earlier today, he said, look, I leave those conversations to Sirianni.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that Sirianni has a reputation in that locker room for knowing how to talk to these guys.
Yeah, listen, whatever they came down with, I'm not going to sit here and said look, it's an Eagles player, and I would say in the big picture, I think they made out.
They did make out, but they made out also because I think that people understand, or reasonable people understand, that at the end of the day, suspending Carter for week 2 would have been more of a punishment for the Eagles than for the player. At the end of the day...
Yeah, but you keep saying that, but that doesn't matter to me. He's a part of the team. You're penalizing the team. Well, then he should have thought about that before he spit on somebody. That's the whole point. He's a member of the team. So you're saying, well, you're penalizing the team for something that he did. He's a part of the team. It's like Rogers rules, okay? You have a guy at practice who's disruptive. And sometimes to make that guy feel bad about being disruptive, you make the rest of the team run and make that guy watch him. And they say, well, we're running because of him. Yeah, you know why? Because he's your teammate. So now someone here out of you 15 guys better get that guy in line. Because if you want to stop running, You better tell that guy to stop acting like that. He's a part of the team. It's not, well, you're hurting the team. He's on the team. You know what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying. I just think that people love to resort to the suspension way too easily sometimes. That's all.
Well, sometimes it comes down to your actions hurt the team. That's what happens. You hurt the team. And you're saying, well, I don't think they should make the other guy suffer because of this guy's idiocy. But that's a part of being on the team, is making sure that everybody on the team acts the way you should act.
Well, then maybe you should have had more veterans on this team instead of having the third youngest roster in the NFL.
Well, they just brought Zadarius Smith in. We'll see what his role might be. I see your text messages coming in at 609-403-0973. We just had another qualifier for that trip to see the Eagles play the Giants. And if you want to get in, we'll take another entry. Text your name, where you're from, and the word Eagles trip. It is very key that you use the word Eagles trip to 609-403-0973. Fastest 5. You're in. Name, where you're from, and the word Eagles trip. 609-403-0973. Fastest 5. You have an entry to win Eagles Giants tickets at MetLife Stadium. All right, 4:30 Sports Bash Live. You'll hear what Rob Thompson said about why Harrison Bader is hitting leadoff today. Phillies lineup is brought to you by Instant Services, South Jersey's premier HVAC, plumbing and electrical service provider. Go to instantservices.com. Learn about their preventative maintenance memberships and how they can keep your systems running strong year-round. Bader hitting leadoff today with Schwarber, Harper, Realmuto, Castellanos, Sosa, Wilson, Bryson Stott, Otto Kemp, and that's all for Ranger Suarez tonight. They're going to face lefty Sean Manaea. So the Phillies face the left-hander. Now, Rob Thompson did comment on it just a little while ago. We'll have that audio for you coming up on the Sports Bash. Breaking news to the show. Jalen Carter has been fined $57,222. That is his game check. The NFL said they are counting him missing that game as him being suspended. It's time for the Nuggets. Knicks Nuggets. They're brought to you by The Hub. Gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is back. He is the host of the Shift podcast. He is the producer of The Locker Room, and it's time for today's edition of Knicks Nuggets. What's going on, Nick?
What's going on, Mike? A lot of nuggets to go around over the past 24 hours. We'll get to the Jalen Carter stuff in a little bit, but we got to start with the fight in Phil's last night and Aaron Nola. I mean, now, we talk about the Nola coaster. That was the good part of the roller coaster. That was the best part of the ride right there. Last night, 6 innings pitched, 3 hits, no earned runs, 2 walks, 7 strikeouts for Aaron Nola. For him in his career, this now adds another quality start to his career. He is in sole possession of 6th place in Phillies franchise history with 153 quality starts. And it was a quality start last night. They needed a massive game out of Aaron Nola last night. You win 1-0. You had the ragtag lineup, Harper leading off. Bader's going to lead off today, but Harper did last night, and you got a fantastic pitching performance from Nola. He gave you 6 quality innings. And listen, he gave up some hard hit baseball early on in the game, but then really settled in throughout the 6 innings that he did pitch yesterday. And here is what Aaron Nola had to say after the game, giving the Phillies a win.
Like y'all know, up and down year, and hadn't had a game like this in quite some time. But I'm glad I was able to put the team in a good position to win, and throw some zeros up there. And the bullpen came in and did their job. And Darren had some big pitches out there in the 9th, and being able to scratch that 1 run against these guys and hold them is big.
Did last night change your mind at all heading into the postseason to say, okay, I could trust Aaron Nola a little bit, especially in these big games, especially a game against the Mets?
Well, the way I kind of describe it is that, if it's a crack in the door, I unlock the door a little bit. If the back door was closed and locked, I unlocked it. So I'm at least saying, okay, he turned the corner a little bit for you. Because last week I said, you can't pitch this guy. And for me to go from one end to the other off of that start last night does give me a little bit of, okay, that was a settle-in moment because of the opponent. Now, if he does that and it's like against, Washington, I don't put as much stock in it. It's a big game. It's at home, 40,000 people. You're playing the Mets, this whole Mets thing. Your team's got injuries, and he steps up there and deals zeros. All right, I unlocked the door.
Yeah, I'm with you because, listen, he has struggled. He has struggled mightily since coming back from the injury. But last night, it gave you a little bit of confidence back in him, right? The fact that it was against the Mets, that is the best point because it was a big game. It's against a division opponent, a team you have had trouble with. You just got swept by them in Citi Field. And that was a start you needed to give up zeros, right? Because the Phillies only scored 1 run. Let's remember, the offense was not great last night. Castellanos was the guy who drove home the lone run last night. And, he was going to get up against a righty. So who would have thought baseball's a funny game sometimes, but you get the start you needed from Nola. And listen, Rob Thompson, even after Nola struggled in his last start, I believe that was against the Brewers, they still had confidence in him. Rob Thompson still talked about why they still have confidence in Aaron Nola. Last night, he proved his manager right, And listen, that's the type of start that gives you confidence heading into the postseason, right? Like, all right, we're going to split the lefties in the first series that we get into, whether it's division series, which it probably will be, or the wild card series. You go Sanchez, Nola, Ranger. That is a start that gives you more confidence. Now, he could go out his next start against the Kansas City Royals in that final game of that series and really lay an egg. But the fact that it was against the Mets, was a big key.
Yeah, and if he goes back out and goes, lays an egg against the Royals, then I got to slam the door back shut. There's not enough time for you to win me back over. But if you pitch like that against the Mets, then you got to follow it up. I don't care who you're facing now. It's a follow-up thing, showing me some more consistency. That would make me feel a heck of a lot better.
Yeah, but this is what we've talked about with Nola, right? Like when it gets to September and you need him in a big spot start to get you through 5-6 innings, quality innings like he did last night. Yeah, you feel confident in Nola going out there. Now, you haven't felt confident since he came back from the injury, but it's like when September rolls around and the fact that he hasn't pitched a lot of innings throughout this season, he's been a horse for the Philadelphia Phillies throughout his tenure, especially during the playoff run that the Phillies have gone on over the past couple of years. That is what makes you feel confident. It's like, all right, he hasn't pitched a ton this year because of the injury. He's going to be more rested heading into the postseason. There's no reason for him not to go out there and pitch well. Last night proved it.
Hey, listen, if you get that outing right there, is that going to be good enough? Of course, you get a shutout. Yeah. That's the one you're looking for. But the problem has been you're down 5 runs in the first inning. You give up a long ball. You can't afford that in the playoffs. And that's obviously a game last night that you needed to see from him. Because, listen, I think every Philly fan out there has to say, yes, I want him to pitch in the playoffs. That means they're a better team.
Yeah, it's exactly right. Now, he's slated, I believe, to go in that final game in the Royals series. The Phillies then play the Dodgers right after that. I would prefer to see him against the Dodgers, honestly. I would prefer to see that against the Los Angeles Dodgers on the road. I would rather see Nola against that team than the Royals. Is there any way the Phillies could push a start back? They won't do it, but it would be nice to get him against the Mets and the Dodgers heading into the postseason. That'd be nice if they could move that start back.
No, I don't need to see him against the Dodgers. I see what you're saying, but then you're pushing him back another day. They're already going with the 6-man rotation, so he's already got 1 extra day off. He doesn't need 2 extra days off. Hey, listen, as I said, now he performed well against a playoff team. Now I want to see consistency. The Royals are a good team. They're not a great team. They're not an awful team.
No.
I just want to see you pitch well a second game in a row now. Can you give me 2 straight solid starts? That's what I need to see out of Aaron Nola. Now, I don't think that's going to win everybody over. I think there are some people that are just saying, I'm out no matter what. But I think it at least made you feel, I want to see you follow up when he pitches on Sunday against the Royals. Now, what if Walker Buehler spins a gem on Friday? What's he pitching Friday night, right?
I believe it's Friday, yes, against the Royals. Listen, I'll add this. Listen, Nola's been a divisive character in Philadelphia. Is he an ace? Is he not an ace? Throughout his tenure with the Philadelphia Phillies. So there are going to be people, no matter how good he pitches, that don't want to see him start in the postseason. However, he's just going to be eating up a roster spot if you don't start him anyway. So you kind of have to start him at this point because he doesn't have the stuff to come out of the bullpen. He's not going to be a positive contributor coming out of the bullpen. It's just not going to happen.
Well, I wouldn't say yes, he'd be eating up a roster spot if you put him on the roster because, yes, I don't see him pitching out of the bullpen. But there are a couple of guys that usually are on a playoff roster who really don't have a big role. I mean, you put 12 or 13 pitchers on that roster, your hope is that many of them don't have to pitch. I mean, that's the hope and goal is that your starter goes 6, 7, 8, 9, Duran, Strom. Looks like Robertson has overtaken Kerr in that late inning role. So, yeah, you're hoping that the 2 guys, the last 2 pitchers on your roster essentially have no role.
Listen, you just need your pitchers to throw to what happened in Aaron Nola's press conference last night. You need them to throw gas, and that's what would happen after Nola's performance last night. A little funny moment during the media gaggle afterwards. All right, let's move along. Nugget number 2, I'm going to get into some Sixers and Ben Simmons. He is in the news again. So Jake Fisher reported that there were, quote, overtures between Ben Simmons and the Sixers after he was bought out by the Nets. The 76ers had interest in Simmons, and apparently Joel Embiid quote, repaired any fracturing between those two. Fascinating stuff. He just declined the New York Knicks offer, supposedly. And because of that, his agent has now dropped him. Apparently, Ben Simmons wanted no parts, was not thrilled, wasn't showing enthusiasm with the way that his agent was trying to get him to play for the New York Knicks. His agent has dropped him. The Ben Simmons thing has just spun totally out of control. I don't know what's next for the guy. Unfortunately, seemed like he was going to sign. Like the Knicks have been talking about all offseason. Seemed like they might have a deal. Now his agent, because there wasn't enthusiasm from Ben himself and his client, he left him. He's no longer his agent. Ben don't have an agent anymore. This is just crazy stuff. And the fact the Sixers were even involved to try to bring him back, that was nuts.
Well, there's a lot there. I did see this a little bit. I think Ben just decides, look, I don't need to play in New York, man. I don't need that scrutiny. I don't need those people all over me. He knows what he is at this stage of the game. The agent, I think, is frustrated because he probably knows there's not a heck of a lot out there for you. This is what I could get you. This is the one deal that was a real deal. You want to go someplace else, it's probably going to be on a minimum deal. And me as the agent, I'm not interested in defending your ass anymore if I'm only getting paid minimum commission. The Sixer aspect of it is obviously very intriguing, that he would even decide that he would want to come back here and play, which would be bonkers to think that he would be okay with that after what he did, what he went through, all of that stuff. The fact that him and Embiid potentially have repaired their relationship, if that's the case, do you even consider the possibility? Because I have contended the Sixers team could use a player like a Ben Simmons in terms of ball handling, rebounding, starting the break. He would fit in very nicely as, when he was here the first time, obviously one of the big differences is he was like the first or second guy. Now you're just saying he's a role player, and he knows he's just a role player. Wow. As a role player, does he fit in much better with the Maxies and the McCains? Like, you got a lot better shooting now. And one of the things Ben was really good at was setting people up and getting them looks for three. It's something Danny Green said. He said, it was the best guy I've ever played with in my career was Ben Simmons because I got so many open threes because he always found me. So if the Sixers, do they have a better roster, more equipped for a role-playing version of Ben Simmons? Probably not.
No, there's even talk that he could retire at this point. I mean, that's how bad it's gotten. The fact, so according to the New York Post, they were reporting that Bernie Lee made up his mind to leave Ben Simmons and not represent him anymore after, quote, Simmons sent signals that he wasn't interested in whatever came from his agent's conversations with the Knicks. And there's reports that, they didn't offer him a contract. They've had dialogue. That's it. But he's only going to get a minimum contract. I don't know what else he thinks he's going to get. He's not getting a max anymore. He's off the max now. Teams are just, thank goodness he's off the max, right? He's not going to get anything. I mean, I don't know what he plans to do at this point or where he thinks he's at in his career. He's 29 years old. He theoretically would have some pretty good years left in his prime, but the guy's had back issues. He is a shell of his former self. I mean, he's nowhere near the player he once was. I mean, his confidence is shot. This is one of the all-time just what ifs in Philly sports and just in sports in general. This is the number one overall pick we're talking about here, who had a lot of promise. And ever since that Hawks series, it has gone down the tubes. He has no agent anymore. He's his own agent now.
He has a career earnings of $203 million. I think Ben Simmons is doing all right, whether he ever plays basketball again, whether his agent gets him a job, or whether he even has an agent. At this point, Ben can roll in bare feet and say, anybody want me? I'll take the league. He got $203 million career earnings. Listen, the whole Ben Simmons story, it is a sad thing. The guy's the first overall pick. He's a three-time All-NBA player. He's a three-time All-Star. He's one of the Defensive Player of the Year award guys. And, I compare it crazily to like Carson Wentz, where I think Wentz's career just fell apart after the injuries. The injuries just piled up and piled up and piled up, and he just could never never become the player that made him what he was early in his career because his legs were no longer the same. I think Ben's back injury really prevented him from being what made him what he was, which was a flawed, very flawed player with a ton of talent.
Yeah, it's what he was. And yeah, he's probably doing well. He's got plenty of money, but I feel like he loved the idea of being an NBA player, an NBA superstar on a max, but didn't love to put in the work. And it's shown over the past couple of years. He is still a free agent, contemplating retirement without an agent at this point. All right, moving along. Final nugget. I do want to hit on the Jalen Carter stuff a little bit. I heard you and Josh before I came on talking about the breaking news. Him getting fined a little over $57,000, $57,222 to be exact for spitting on Dak Prescott. I think it's a fair punishment. It's a game check. He missed the entire Dallas game. Okay, I think that is fair. He didn't play one snap in that ball game. So that's essentially a one-game suspension there. Now, if he played in the game, he probably would have missed the Chiefs game. So I think it's fair that they gave him that game as his punishment. They fined him. And also, I think Dak helped him. That video coming out later in the ball game on Thursday night of Dak spitting towards Jalen Carter and giving him a little bit of a smirk beforehand, I think that also helped his case a little bit here because it wasn't just out of nowhere. There was a little bit prior to it as well. So I think it's fair. He essentially was suspended one game and he gets the fine. Could have been more money, but I know they can't go above a certain threshold due to the CBA restrictions. I would have fined him a little bit more, but that's where it is. I think it's a fair punishment that fit the crime. I don't think it should go above and beyond that.
Well, if you're saying the one-game suspension fits the crime, then I don't like the fact that they used this game as the suspension.
But that's one game, though. That's one game.
It doesn't matter when it occurred. So if it happened after halftime, does that count? Did he play enough?
Yeah, I think he would have been suspended the following. That was my point. Like, he would have probably been suspended for the Chiefs game. That's one full game.
Yeah, but he played in the game. He was in the game. The game started. It doesn't matter that he got in there. It doesn't matter that he got in or not. The game started. It doesn't matter. So we're saying it matters when it occurred. So if it occurred in the second quarter.
Yeah, but he didn't play a snap. That's the thing. He didn't play one snap.
I don't care that he played one snap or not. The game started. The kickoff happened. A play occurred. So the game is now officially begun. I don't care how many snaps he played in. The game started.
But he didn't play. Like, there was the game. The only thing that happened was the kickoff. That's it. He missed the entire game.
Again, it doesn't matter. The game started. You appeared in the game. That game will now say that you appeared in the game. So you're just basically saying, well, because it happened before he actually played in a snap, it's okay to spit on somebody. But if it happened in the third quarter, that's not okay.
No, that's not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying he got suspended for one game. It would be two games if he missed the Chiefs game. Two.
It would be one. It would be one game. He played in the first game.
No, he didn't. He didn't get one snap off. He got zero.
That's his fault. But that's his fault.
I agree.
That was his fault. That was his fault that he didn't play in that game. But he did suit up. The ball was kicked, and then he spit on somebody. The game happened, and he was on the field, and on the field, he got thrown out. Now, if it happened pre-game, like he was on the field before they kicked the ball off, that's different. The game started.
Technically, he did not play one snap in that ball game. So essentially, that's one game. That's the way they are doing it. Let me ask you this. And he's also getting fined for it, too. That would be two total games you would miss. Two. That's crazy.
No, it would be one total game. He got kicked out of a game that started. That's his fault. If you want to suspend someone, you say you're suspended for one game. Not a game that you appeared in, a game that has not started yet. That's how this works. He's getting off light is what I'm saying.
I think that's fair. I think it's a fair point that he is getting off light. But that would be pretty much two games he'd be missing.
It's not two games because the game, just because he didn't appear in that game as a defensive player, that's his fault. That game started. That game's clock was 6 seconds were off the clock. The game started. So that's his fault. If a Dallas player walked up to Jalen Hurts and spit on him before the game actually started, we'd be saying, how is he not suspended for longer?
It's a full game, though. I mean, on paper, yes, the game started. But in reality, if you look at it, he didn't play. He missed the entire game. That's one pretty much full game in reality of things.
I'm not looking at it like that. I'm not looking at it like that at all.
Book.
No, going by the book. The kick went off. The clock started. That's a game. It's like this rule. It's like this rule in baseball. If the pitcher between the innings picks up the ball, like a kid just says, you know what, I want to take a warm-up pitch. That kid's now the pitcher. Even though he has no intention of pitching, he just wanted to fool around.
It's a totally different sport.
That's what happens when you fool around. Sport. It's not. That's what happens.
I think they're getting off light. I'm not disagreeing with you there, but I think it's fair that that they counted that as one game because he didn't even play one snap. That's all.
If it's not an Eagles player, you don't think it's fair. Because it's Jalen Carter, we think it's fair. And I'm just saying, to me, I think he got off light because to me, if you are admitting you would have suspended him one game, that game that he sat out should not count.
I think it should count, but I think the dollar amount should have been higher. That's where
you can't do anything about that.
I know you can't do anything about that.
Yeah, you got to find a game check, which is what the CBA says. But you can't admit we are suspending him for a game, and it's the game that he just sat out.
That's bad communication by the NFL. That's all it is.
All right, that's today's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. What do you guys think about it? Let us know on the text board, 609-403. 0973. Casey Joyner coming up with one thought every game, plus Frank's Phillies mailbag at 5:30. All right, right now, I need caller 7, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7, you have a shot to win Eagles-Giants tickets for the game at MetLife Stadium. Thursday Night Football. One lucky winner will win a pair of tickets, transportation to and from the game, a full tailgate party. You are going to have a great time going up and back and hanging out for Eagles, Giants. You must be present to win. At Maynard's in Margate on Wednesday, September 24th, we'll select one lucky winner, and that person will get a pair of tickets. You and a friend are going to MetLife to cheer on the Birds against the Giants. It's all thanks to our friends at Maynard's in Margate. Caller 7, 609-573-3776. Good luck. 5 o'clock hour, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. I'm Mike Gill, hanging out with you till the top of the hour tonight. One thought every game coming up in just a moment. Joyner from The Athletic, who's got a whole bunch of stuff going on this football season. We'll get that to you in just a second, but the week one is in the books. We saw it all, and you listened to it right here on 97.3 ESPN. We got a great one on Thursday night. Commanders and Packers starts it all off. We'll break down that game during One Thought Every Game with Casey on Thursday. Right now, we take a look back at week one in the NFL with One Thought Every Game on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN with Casey Joyner from The Athletic here. Our first One Thought Every Game looking back at all the action, KC, and obviously it was a wild, wild week one. We had so many interesting stories, and that Eagle game was all the way back on Thursday. We'll look back at that one as well, but week one finally in the books. Casey Joyner, how the heck are you?
Had a heck of a week. Well, there were some great games. That Sunday night game, the Monday night game, and the Eagles game was fun. I mean, this was a fun week of football.
It was a great week of football, and, let's look back at that Eagles game real quick. I mean, because obviously it was so long ago, but Eagles-Dallas, Cowboys fight tooth and nail. Couple drops, that game's different there. But in the end, Jalen Hurts, perfect on third down, and really you saw why he is such a key performer for them because they didn't have the big play offense, at least in the passing game.
They didn't. He only threw 3 vertical passes. Completed, it completed 1 for 51 yards. That's pretty good, but only 3 vertical passes. That's not much. You're not asking your quarterback to do a lot. And I think the defense had some problems, but it's one player. The rest is secondary, and by the second half, it's like, yeah, we had that one player, we got that fixed, and they may be adding some personnel this week. So that you get a win out of a game like that where you have some issues, that's a big plus for the Eagles because there are past years they might have lost that kind of game. And even though they got the drops, hey, you know what? They found a way to do it. So kudos to them for making the adjustments.
Well, one of the players was Adoree Jackson, and he was asked about today with Vic Fangio, and he said he will start. But when you see him and you're grading him as a corner, is that going to be a problem if he is the guy long term?
He's been yellow-rated corner in my system. Remember, green is favorable matchup for the offense. Yellow is okay. Red is favorable for the defense. He's pushed green ratings. He's been yellow-rated. That's why I was surprised to see him play quite that badly. I get why they would go after him and say, hey, the rest, we know how good they are. I want to see how good he is. And Fangio knows how to build a system that'll put players in the best situation. So I'd be surprised if that happened again. But having said that, I have a feeling that teams are going to keep testing him until he gets that fixed. Because if you're going to look at the sector, he's the guy to go after.
Hey, give me your thoughts on the Eagles' pass rush. And they did bring in Zadarius Smith. I mean, so that obviously – it gets blown up because of the Jalen Carter situation. And obviously they did make a decision on Jalen Carter today. They are going to fine him $57,222 for the spitting incident. But once he went out of the game, that changes the whole dynamic of a defense.
It does. And because you're not – if you knew that beforehand, if you're going into a game, when he's out, then you could say, hey, we can play call some things to adjust for that. When it happens, when it does, you just don't have any choice. And, I mean, no sacks, only a 38% pass pressure rate, which is not that good. The Eagles didn't blitz very much, only 17.6%. So, I'm not worried about the pass rush in the sense that was just a excuse me, hopefully a one-time one-off that doesn't happen again. But, yeah, it was a concern that you can't get any sacks without him. It says what happens if he goes down. The Eagles better have a plan B. Fangio will work on that, but it is a concern.
All right, you take a look at the other side of the ball, Dallas, and what they were able to do in terms of offensively. This is a much better. It looks like a much better offense from the Dallas Cowboys. Obviously with Dak Prescott, but Pickens out there, and the run game looked a little bit better.
The run game did look better. They didn't do so well in the second half. The Eagles made some adjustments. Again, I think that's the thing. Schottenheimer came in there, and it was a creative game plan early on to say, hey, there's some things the Eagles had to go, well, we're going to have to adjust to these things. So that was part of it. Having Carter out, a couple of the first half didn't go, went to form for the Cowboys, but they didn't go to quite to form in the second half. And I'm still on the Cowboys. I worry about Pickens. I just wrote an article for The Athletic. It says Pickens has a much better matchup this week. The Giants secondary is terrible, so he'll do better. But the Eagles found a way to just shut Pickens down, and that's a concern for Dallas that they didn't get that. But again, CD does what he does, and CD will make those catches in most games, but to not come up with against the Eagles, if you're the Cowboys, it's like this one, you're going to remember this in November and December.
Hey, were you concerned at all, Casey Joyner from The Athletic, we'll got one thought every game. Were you concerned at all that Philly couldn't run the game out? That's been something they've been able to do. And the Dallas, they said, we wanted to get better against the run. They traded Parsons, Clark in. The Eagles could not run the ball late in the game and extend. They usually will run that game out on you.
I am concerned. The Cowboys, the thing is, the Cowboys last year, I had them graded as a Green Raider run defense because they just make a lot of mistakes. They didn't make those mistakes in this game, and I don't think the Eagles tested them in ways to get them to make mistakes. I think the Eagles just figured that they weren't going to do what they needed to do in defense properly. The Eagles will make other teams do that. In other words, Eagles will say, hey, this is what the Cowboys did against us, and they play, a lot of base stuff and things. And, okay, we're going to give you a lot of different things to think about. So don't like that it happened, but I've got a lot of faith that they'll be able to fix it because it's just that I think they expected the Cowboys to not play as well as they did, and I don't think they'll overlook other teams that way.
All right, Eagles win 24-20, but obviously not the best performance, but a win early in the season is a win, and the Eagles are 1-0. Dallas falls to 0-1. Friday night, let's go back to that. One thought every game. Chargers, they get the Chiefs, and now people are wondering, is the run over for Kansas City? Justin Herbert looks like he's got some fun toys to play with.
He does, and mind you, Harbaugh said he's going to throw the ball more. I didn't think it'd be to the tune of 300 yards and 3 touchdowns for Herbert, so it's a big thing. The Chiefs, though, you lose Worthy early in the game, and Kelsey, you take that touchdown pass on the scramble play, he had 3 targets, 1 catch, 10 yards the whole game. So Kelsey's not doing anything. Get Worthy out. Yeah, Hollywood Brown could be a dinked-up receiver, but they have some problems. And I think I picked the Chargers to win last week because the Chiefs have those problems. Those problems aren't going to get any easier this week. So I think it says a lot for the Chargers, a lot for the Chiefs. But I'll say it says a lot for the Chargers that, hey, Harbaugh is committed to throwing the ball this much, and they can run. That's a dangerous team.
All right, one thought every game. Let's go to the Sunday slate. Back at that one, Bucks and Falcons. Falcons have found ways to beat the Bucks, and the Bucks are banged up, and yet they found a way to win this one on the road. Good sign if you're Tampa Bay.
Yeah, good sign if you're Tampa Bay. And I mean, Younghoe Koo, he's a great kicker. He's a terrific kicker, and that he comes up short like that, and this is that field goal. That's huge for them, especially when Tampa gave them the opportunity. Tampa still has some problems in their secondary, but Ibuka looks really good, 2 touchdown passes. And if Ibuka can hold up until Godwin can get back in the game, Ibuka, Evans, and Godwin, that's going to be a really good offense. Tampa, it's a good win for them, but I think it bodes well for the future, too.
One thought every game. Casey Joyner from The Athletic. Bengals on the road. That's a fight with the Browns, but they found a way to do it. It feels like a game the Bengals probably lost last year. It also feels like a game the Browns lost last year, too.
Yeah, it does. And mind you, the Browns kicker, how do you miss that many kicks? I mean, it's just that's atrocious because they should have won that game. The Bengals, I wrote about it in an article for this week for The Athletic. Nutshell is that I think that the Bengals said, look, we got into shootout games last year. They got into more shootout games than any other team, and they lost more shootout games than any other team last year. I think they said, we're not going to get into this year. Might be time to trade away their top players in fantasy while you can. But I think it also bodes well for Cincinnati to say, hey, we can play that kind of closer to the best game in ground and pound, and we could still win. So I think you're going to see more of that from the Bengals this year.
By the way, Flacco dialed up 45 passes in the game. He is 40 years old, still dealing 45 passes. One thought every game. Dolphins might have been the worst team in the league in week 1, but the Colts, 22 of 29 for Daniel Jones, and it looks like the Colts opened some eyes.
Danny Dimes is not, maybe that whole New York situation was why he played as poorly as he did. He's got Pittman's a very good receiver. Ward, hey, record-setting tight end in college and catches 7 for 76 on 9 targets. That's pretty good. And you still have JT in the backfield. You've got so many people. That's a good offense. But I think that game says more about the Dolphins. There's been that whole thing of, okay, the Dolphins, are they quitting on their coach? Do they just not respect McDaniel anymore? I have a feeling we might be headed on that road. I would not be surprised if this thing doesn't get better in the next 3 weeks. The Dolphins might make a change really early this year because this is bad.
Bad. All right, one thought every game. How about good? The Raiders on the road. They beat the Patriots, both these teams. The Patriots got a lot of buzz this offseason, both teams because of their new coaches, but the Raiders, Geno Smith, 362 yards, and a Raider road win.
It's like old Al Davis. It's Geno Smith averaging 10 yards per attempt over. That's incredible. And Genti, 38 yards on 19 carries, didn't do much. But the thing is the Patriots offense didn't do much either. Raiders defense played pretty well. You got Bowers, you got Myers, you got guys who can go vertical. And I think Pete Carroll's a good fit for that Raiders team. He knows how to take that talent and do something with it. I won't be surprised to see if the Raiders win 9 games this year. Might maybe get a push for a wild card playoff.
One thought every game. Casey Joyner from The Athletic. How about a wild card team here? The Cardinals go on the road. They beat the Saints, and obviously the Saints, 46 passes from Spencer Rattler, only ended up in 214 yards. But the Cardinals, to get a road win.
They do. I mean, Benson, Connor Murray, all running for a good amount of yards. I mean, they move the ball on the ground well. Murray, he's not a great vertical passer. He's never going to be a great vertical passer. In fact, he's terrible at it. But still, Harrison and McBride made some contributions there. Their defense looked really good, I know, considering what they were. And the Saints, I mean, Rattler's throwing 46 times every game, and you're only scoring 13 points. And if you're going to rely on him to win, it's going to be a long season in New Orleans.
All right, one thought every game. Let's go to the Steelers and Jets, the two quarterbacks facing their former team, but one of them looked vintage. Dusted off Aaron Rodgers with 4 touchdowns in the game. Back and forth they go, but the Steelers on the road beat the Jets.
The Jets miss DJ Reed. He was the opposite of Sauce Gardner. They miss him big time. He's just the rest of the secondary. You can just throw away from him if you want to. You don't have to throw it towards Sauce anymore. And Rodgers did that. And again, 4 touchdown passes. Now, it's not all, some of it's short passes and stuff, but still, Rodgers doing what he's doing. They'll get their ground game going. The Steelers, again, they were a really good team last year of varying quarterbacks. If they can just get good play out of Rodgers and the defense that they have, they can threaten for the AFC North title. I think they should. I think they could be a 12-win team if Rodgers can continue to play at this level. And the Jets, they are what they are, but Fields has limitations, and those eventually showed up.
All right, one thought every game in the NFC East. Commanders 21, Giants 6. I mean, really, the story of the weekend was how bad the Giants' offense was. Their defense is legit, but they cannot score.
They can't, and again, you already talked about benching Wilson. Wilson could throw vertical passes last year. He was in the top 5 in vertical points per game fantasy. He can throw vertical, but it didn't happen yesterday. Malik Neighbors, he's got.
Well, they have an offensive line.
They don't have an offensive line. Neighbors has a brutal coverage schedule, worst coverage schedule in the league. That's tough. But But I tell you, Commanders, Krosky Merritt, Bill at 10 for 82 and a touchdown. If he gives them that kind of a running game with Daniels and Eckler, and they have what they have, oh, man, the Eagles going to have a tough time with them this year.
All right, one thought every game. Casey Joyner from The Athletic. Panthers, Jags. It feels like the first season all living over again. A lot of teal in this game here, but Team Teal Jacksonville beats Team Teal Carolina. Trevor Lawrence, not a great game, but ETN, 143. It makes Bigsby get traded to the Eagles, and the Panthers have problems again.
They've got Tootin and they've got Allen in the backfield. That's why they could trade Bigsby. They've got some talent. Tootin's going to be a guy who's going to move up the depth chart and such. And Lawrence, Cohen's a really good offensive coordinator. He's a really good play caller. And they didn't really show up entirely in this, but ATN's terrific. They're going to find how much ATN, I've been talking to fantasy managers about this. They're going to find what ATN can do. If it's 250, if it's 300, how many scrimmage plays he can handle, they're going to find that number and then back the other guys in there, and they're going to get the most out of him. If they can do that and he stays healthy, that's a really good ground game. Got some really good receivers. I got a lot of faith in what Jacksonville could do. But Carolina, well, that's a big step back out of the way they ended last season, especially when you add Tet. Man, I don't know where this team is. They got to get things turned around. I have a feeling they could be a repeat of last year where, hey, we're losing 8 out of 9 games at a time.
All right, one thought every game. Denver struggles along, but they find a way to win because the Titans couldn't catch the ball. You catch the ball, I think they had 10 drops in the game, something like that, 8, 10 drops. Maybe the Titans go on the road there for Cam Ward, but Bo Nix did not look the same. 40 passes for 176 yards.
I write a matchups article for The Athletic every week, and last week I gave best and worst matchups that's been posted today. If you want to take a look, the Denver matchup against Tennessee for Bo Nix, he was one of the guys I said you might want to consider benching in fantasy because Tennessee's defense is actually that good. It's surprising. I was like, wow, really? And I went back and double checked, and I was like, yeah, they're really that good. So it says something for Tennessee. I think it's bad for Denver, but I think it says a lot for Tennessee. Tennessee doesn't have enough offense to do anything with that this year, but the Denver can take that kind of a slugfest game and still win. It shows what kind of a coach Sean Payton is.
All right, one thought every game. Let's go to the NFC West. It's Niners and Seahawks. Niners go on the road. They do lose Kittle moving forward here, but, hey, they do find a way to win on the road at Seattle, and Sam Darnold not looking like Minnesota version.
No, and second half last night, we'll talk about it in a second, but second half last night, you could see McCarthy, that's that O'Connell magic, and they don't have that in Seattle, and Seattle wants to be a ground and pound team, and Walker looks terrible. Charbonnet looks fine, but Walker looks terrible, and you only have one receiver because Kupp looks terrible. I mean, Seattle's got some problems. In San Francisco, hey, look, you've got McCaffrey, you got Robinson, Purdy still looks good. You still have Pearsall, you still have You still have Jennings. You still have some talent in the receiving corps. So good for San Francisco to get it done. But Seattle, they've got some issues because if Darnold can't play better than that, you can't win ground and pound.
Yeah, that was not a very inspiring game by Sam Darnold. Not a very inspiring game. How about the Lions and their offense? Awful in the game against the Packers. Packers defense swarming, but the Lions just could not get anything going. Goff was 31 of 39, but nothing down the field at all after they just gave Jameson Williams the big deal. But the Packers looked like they were for real, especially on defense.
They did, and do you think the Lions missed Ben Johnson? I'm thinking they really do. And for Johnson to go to NFC North foe, is there something behind that? Like that seems like a stab in the back there almost. But they look terrible. And Morton had said, John Morton, their offensive coordinator, said, I'm going to go to Williams, but we're going to get him more involved in the vertical game. I was telling people, yeah, go for Williams. Wow, like you said, they got nothing done in the vertical game. And the Lions defense, again, they get too many shootouts last year. 27 points, that puts you into shootout territory if you can keep up. But I'll tell you, Montgomery and Gibbs, 44 yards on 20 carries. They didn't have the ground game going either. It's a big problem for Detroit. I think that they might take a big step back from last year.
All right, one thought every game. Casey Joyner from The Athletic looking back at week number 1. Rams 14-9 over the Texans. We thought this high-powered Rams offense, but, Stafford had a decent game. They just couldn't punch it in there. Puka Nacua, 10 for 130. But this was an interesting game here.
It was. I'm surprised that Devontae Adams did get more involved. But he's got a good complementary skill set of Nacua, where he's the vertical guy and Nacua could be the all-around guy. So Adams stretches the defense, and then Nacua can catch at every level. But Adams just didn't get much done. But having said that, the Texans offensive line, Mike, they just changed over everything, and it's atrocious. They gave up a higher pass pressure rate this past week than any other team, and the Rams have a good defensive front, but not this good. And it really, for all the skill talent that Houston has, if you can't block for C.J. Stroud, this is what you're going to get every week, and it's going to be a problem for them.
Yeah, one thought every game. Let's go to Sunday night, maybe one of the more entertaining games you're going to see. Back and forth they went. Talk about performances. Josh Allen, 394 yards. Henry, 169. Flowers, 143. But the fumble and then some wild stuff happened. 41-40 Bills. There was a guy yesterday, we were on remote, and he says, I'm not a big football fan. I turned on the game. I saw a guy spit on somebody. I was out. I said, you know what? Give yourself one more shot. Go watch the game from Sunday night and see if you like the football still, because that one will bring you back.
Yeah, that one will. Yeah, and that was, hey, there's great performances all across. It was a lot of high scoring, but it's not like it was terrible defense. It was just offenses making good plays. Like if a defense screws up those big plays, you go, wow, that's not so much. This is just really talented players imposing their will. Got to say something. Baltimore, they'll get over this, but the idea that you got up that big and then you took your foot off the gas, you could see them do it. And then the Henry fumble just like took the wind out of their sails. And like, I don't doubt they'll bounce back from that, but that says something from the Buffalo to come back. The first 15-point fourth quarter comeback they've had in their franchises since 1967. So something they haven't done since before I was born, so that's a long time ago.
22 points they gave up in the fourth quarter. Bills win 41-40. 81. I hope you had the over in that one. All right, Monday night, it was all Bears, and then J.J. McCarthy comes on the scene. Caleb Williams, rough night at the office, 21-35, missing guys all over the place.
He did. He looked good scrambling away from pressure, like really good. As in, they get there and you think you've got him tackled and things like. And you look at that and you go, man, that's a skill set that very few quarterbacks have. But missing some players, Loveland only 2 catches for 12, Loveland 2 targets. A Burden 1 target, and he didn't get targeted the second half, and he has a catch for -3 yards. I mean, Olamide Zaccheaus is good, but you want Burden to beat him out. He didn't. So, I mean, there's a problem there. I got to tell you, though, the MVP of that game, Randy Moss. As soon as he showed up on Manningcast, the Vikings got out and scored 21 unanswered points the minute he showed up there. So it's like, okay, you guys need him on every broadcast, wherever. You need to get him into your booth at some point because, I mean, it changed entirely. Really, on a serious level, O'Connell made some adjustments, and there were some things that a Dennis Allen defense is going to do to you, and he adjusted to that. He might be one of the best in-game adjustment coaches in the league, and it showed, and he was able to find things for McCarthy to do. So, and Jefferson, too, because Jefferson had done nothing, then suddenly in the fourth quarter he shows up.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at J.J. McCarthy in the first half of that game. He looked like he didn't belong at all, and then really became, a poison. In fact, you're watching that game thinking, oh boy, this is not going to be a good season with this. And Justin Jefferson, you could see like, you gave me this guy, really? But then it all turned around. On the flip side, you gave me this guy. I mean, he's missing guys open, wide, high, all over the place. It's amazing the talent's there, the arm talent. He can spin it, but the accuracy, he is just very erratic.
He is, and you've got a great coach. You've got tons of talent. I mean, you can't ask for much better receiver than what they have in the talent. I mean, Zacchaeus, if he's your 4, he's really good, and you've got all that young talent things. I think they'll get better, but he did kind of look right. I think it's Brian Flores' defense though too, and I think that kind of got to him, and that's part of why that he got rattled and started overthrowing passes. I think if you can get him more settled against a defense that isn't quite as aggressive and quite as creative as a Brian Flores defense, I think he'll do better. But they've been saying in the preseason, Williams was kind of shaky and was missing people. Like, wow, is he not adjusting to the Johnson offense? I think that'll get better, but yeah, it's a concern. There's reasons for it, but you got to get it fixed for Chicago because otherwise all those receivers are worthless.
Casey Joyner, one thought every game from The Athletic, and you got a whole bunch going on. Tell the people what's happening this football season, this week here, getting ready for week number 2.
Monday, I have my fantasy football review. This one talked about the Bengals and why their offense is probably going to be in a low gear this season. Today,
I don't like to hear that. I have Jamar Chase.
I have Burrow in one of my leagues too. I'm with you. Yeah, trade it if you can. Get value from him now. Today's article is on best and worst matchups of the week, and tomorrow's article is going to be the weekly confidence picks article. Last week, 13-3 against the straight up, 8-7-1 against the spread with confidence levels for all 16 games. So check it out at The Athletic.
Casey Joyner's back on Thursday. We'll go one thought every game. We have a great Thursday night game. We're going to dive into that one, plus Eagles and Chiefs and everything week 2. That's on Thursday. One thought every game right here on the Sports Bash. All right, man, we'll see you.
Sounds great. Thanks, Mike.
All right, Casey Joyner, everybody from The Athletic. Make sure you check him out over at The Athletic and all of his great content. It is brought to you by BMW of Atlantic City. Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings and experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City in Egg Harbor Township. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. We got so much more to do before we get out of here tonight, including Frank Klose's Phillies mailbag. He answers your Phillies questions on the lineup. Harrison Bader hits leadoff tonight. Is it a long-term thing? You'll hear what Rob Thompson had to say about that. All that and more, plus one more shot for you to qualify to win Eagles tickets. That's coming up this hour on the Sports Bash, live on 97.3 ESPN.
Well, he's hot right now. He's swinging back good, and with the lefty on the mound, we just got another righty in there.
Is that something you just look to do against lefties, or is this something you might think about against right-handers?
Oh, I don't think I do it against right-handers, but case by case.
That's Rob Thompson moments ago talking about the batting lineup today. Harrison Bader hits leadoff, but will he do it all the time? He said, I don't think I'll do it against right-handed pitching. So will Bryce Harper be back in the leadoff spot? Are they going to do what they did with Bryson Stott? He'll hit leadoff sometimes, but not all the times. We'll ask Frank Klose, 97.3 ESPN.com. Phillies insider who has a lot on his plate, obviously, with the Phillies down the stretch here. A lot of people have a lot of questions about this team. Some injuries, the batting lineup, the pitching performance. And, Frank, that's what Topper just said a little while ago. He said, well, we're probably not going to have Bader hit leadoff all the time. I guess against right-handers you'll see Harper hit leadoff, Bader against lefties. Do they go back to Schwarber? What do you think happens with Trey Turner out here?
Well, I honestly wouldn't be shocked if either Brandon Marsh or Bryson Stott were in the leadoff spot against righties, because if you look at their numbers, of course, their splits have been tremendous against righties. So I wouldn't be shocked if this is a platoon split of sorts at the top of the lineup. I would personally prefer not to see Harper do it, because the way that it kind of, in a clunky way, goes throughout the rest of the lineup with everybody kind of moved up. But I wouldn't hesitate to put somebody like Bryson Stott there. They did it a while earlier in the year, and that's kind of when he went stone cold. But even Brandon Marsh, who has been hitting like crazy lately, I wouldn't hesitate to put Brandon Marsh in and really make that sort of outfield platoon be a leadoff platoon too.
You know, one of the big things is with Trey Turner out, right, you're going to have somebody at the top of the lineup there. But do they have enough offense? You look at this offense last night, you see the lineup today. Do you look at this offense and worry whether they can get to the finish line holding everybody off? Now, 8 games up on the Mets, 4 games up on the Dodgers. Do they have enough offense to hold everybody off?
Well, there's 18 games left. 3 of them are against the Mets this week. 3 of them are against the Dodgers. The other games don't scare you as much. So I think if you can put as much pop, so to speak, at the top, kind of stack it all at the top, I think with the pitching they have, they'll be fine. Now, obviously, you think it's better when Trey Turner is there, and you don't have to replace him with essentially or splitting up the platoon, right? The Sosa and Stott platoon at second was working really, really well. You kind of hate to give that up, so to speak, because now they're both going to be playing pretty much every single day. Because I don't know that Donovan Walton is going to be much more than insurance on this Phillies team. But I think they do have enough offense to hold it together. You would expect that Kyle Schwarber is going to get hot again and come out of the slump that he's in, which other than those 4 home runs, he hasn't hit much at all lately. But, I think that they do have enough offense with the pitching that they have to get through these last 18 games. And by the way, Bohm will be back probably after the minimum of 10. So you will get that reinforcement. But I do think they can hold off the likes of the Marlins and Twins and the Royals that they'll be facing down the stretch.
By the way, don't forget you got Harrison Bader hitting leadoff tonight. You got a bunch of guys at the bottom of the order, too, that are kind of moved into areas. You know, a lot of times Weston Wilson was hitting 9th, Stott was hitting 9th. They're all up. Sosa's hit 9th. He's hitting 6th right now. We'll get into more on that coming up. Matt has an interesting question. If Turner, does he qualify for the batting title if he doesn't play another game this season?
So the good news is, I suppose, in the wake of the bad news, that Trey Turner does have the grade 1 hamstring strain and will be out till, who knows, right before the end of the season or by the playoffs. He does qualify for the batting title. So the way that you have the algorithm set up is if you have 3.1 games, 3.1 at-bats, or plate appearances, per game, then you have enough at-bats to qualify. So that the shortened season in 2020, that was 60 games, so it'd be 60 times 3.1. Well, your answer here, when you multiply 162 by 3.1, you get just over 500, 502.2. Now, already Trey Turner has had 637 plate appearances. So he has more than qualified for that number. And if he doesn't come to the plate again, provided that the 2 guys behind him, that would be Sal Frelick at 297 and Freddie Freeman at 295, he would win the batting title this year. Now, of course, the ultimate goal is not that your players win the batting title, it's that you win in the playoffs, and hopefully he will be back and healthy enough to do that, because I think that's everybody's focus right now. But yes, unless a Freddie Freeman or Sal Frelick surge happens between now and then, that they can increase their batting average over 8 points and over 10 points respectively, Turner should have this batting title.
Let's stay on Turner. There was a question that I like this one from Michael here, and he wants to know, would you consider calling up Aiden Miller to replace Trey Turner here? They're going with Sosa right now, but you got Kemp playing third base, which means you got Stott in the lineup against lefties all the time here. Would you put Aiden Miller at short? Now you have Sosa to play third, Platoon at second, or do you not think he's ready? They did move him up to AAA.
Yeah, I was thinking about this pretty much the whole afternoon on Sunday before you really know just what the outcome was for Trey Turner. I thought that if his glove was ready, meaning Miller, if they thought that Miller had a major league glove that was ready to come up and play major league defense, and if they feel like they could use his speed, I would have considered it. Only if Trey Turner was not going to be coming back this year. Trey Turner is coming back this year. So I think they would prefer not to do that. I think that they feel like just for, again, 18 games left, not all of them are against contenders. I think that they feel fine going the Sosa and Stott route. I think if it was for an extended time, they might consider bringing him up, or at least I would anyway. I would consider bringing Miller up, saying, play the good defense. We'll use your speed on the base pass when you get on. Bat ninth, but don't worry about hitting the ball. Just worry about making the plays. But at least the Phillies do have still very good defense up the middle with Sosa and Stott. But they are going to have to play every day until Turner comes back. But I would have thought about it only if they felt like they did not have Turner the rest of the way, and if they felt they needed an added boost and they needed somebody to kind of keep that platoon going, as you just said, because that was a really effective platoon going on at second base.
Yeah, that's the one thing for me is his defense. I mean, you take a look at the play he makes here if you're watching on the video screen. I mean, that tells me there's a kid that can play some defense at this level. He's a better shortstop possibly than Kemp is a third baseman, and that's why I'm thinking, can I just play him at short? And that gives me Sosa back at third, Sosa there. 50 stolen bases. I'm just saying hit ninth for me because Kemp's not giving me much offensively. I'm kind of intrigued by that possibility. And who knows? Maybe he's ready for the moment. And now you've added a piece that you didn't know you had.
And pretty significant, Mike, that he is now a AAA. They are giving him a taste to the highest level before the season ends. And you got to give Aiden Miller a lot of credit, because when the Phillies drafted him and the scouting reports indicated what they indicated, the Phillies basically had planned to play him at third base. They didn't think he could handle the shortstop position. And then he really pushed himself. He said, look, no, I want to play shortstop. And they said, okay, well, maybe we'll split it 50-50 shortstop, third base. But he started at short, and they really liked what they saw, and they never went back on that third base idea. So he's excelled up the middle. And also, even when he was drafted, they didn't think he'd be a speed concern on the base pass for the opposite team. And what do you know? He's stealing 50 bags. So he has, I think, developed very, very well, exceeded a lot of expectations in the speed and defense area. So kudos to Aiden Miller. And that gives the Phillies a lot to think about as they look into the future and figure out how they're going to construct their infield next year.
Yeah, Frank Klose, 97.3 ESPN.com. His mailbag, by the way, he has slashed 356, 480 on base, 644 slug with a 1124 OPS since August. So he has just absolutely mashed at Reading. We'll see how he handles AAA pitching. Speaking of AAA, let's go to Justin Crawford. Hasn't been in the AAA lineup. What's going on with him? Never got the call this year. Doesn't look like he is. But how does he fit in with Bader and Marsh?
Yeah, so on September 4th, just 5 days ago, he was playing left field, and he and Otto Kemp converged. Kemp was at third base and actually collided on that play. And unfortunately, Justin Crawford suffered a concussion. So I think that that probably ends the possibility that he would come up with the Phillies. Now, I will say this. With the outfield combo of Marsh, Harrison Bader, and Max Kepler, that's been a pretty darn good outfield down the stretch. Be hard for him to kind of crack that anyway, but even if he was going to maybe come up as a speed guy and maybe but by the way, I don't know if the Phillies even want to do that because Rojas is still a AAA. They could have called him up and put him in the spot where Weston Wilson is if they really wanted a speed guy. But I think that this is just going to be the end of the year for Crawford. If he comes back from the concussion, they'll let him finish out AAA. I don't think he's in the cards for this year. And then, hey, next year we'll see what the Phillies do with the outfield. Kepler is only on a 1-year deal. Nick Castellanos has 1 year remaining. There have been some reports out there that maybe the Phillies would look to move on from Castellanos this offseason. So that remains to be seen. So there could be a spot in the outfield for Crawford next year, even with Bader and Marsh around and playing well. So I think that's going to be a situation where he reports to spring training, and he might be competing for an outfield spot then. But I think you're not going to see him in the major leagues this year.
Doesn't look like it, and obviously, and that's the big thing is you look at moving forward here. You just talked about the report that the Phillies are going to. Bob Nightingale says the Phillies will be much more aggressive trying to move Castellanos this winter. They will eat a significant portion of his $20 million remaining salary if they have to. The only way I can see him being around is if they just say, hey, you and Marsh will platoon in right field. Crawford's in left, Bader's in center. If they end up bringing Bader back, I would imagine they're going to try to if things go the way they're going. You have Bader in center, you have Crawford in left, and a Marsh-Castellanos platoon in right field. I mean, that's probably the best-case scenario for him.
Yeah, I mean, Castellanos at this point, he really, really needs to be a designated hitter, in my opinion. So, in fact, even last night in the ninth inning, I thought he was very slow to that ball hit to right field. Made it a little bit nerve-wracking for the Duran inning, right, as the Phillies closed out that win. So I think he probably has value to a team as a right-handed DH. I don't know who that is just yet, but I think they're going to try to find a new home for Nick Castellanos this offseason.
Frank Klose is with us here, and Aaron Nola's start last night. What did it do for his postseason potential, or was that already sealed?
Well, no, I think it was still very much an open question. I felt when he was coming back off the IL, he needed some time to ramp up. And if you look at his previous start, right, he kind of got blown up right away early last Wednesday, and then he kind of settled in, right. So if you go from the point where he got his first out to when he got his last out, he hung in there for that start 2 starts ago. Although he was down 6-0 at the time, right off the bat. So I think you need to give him. I mean, he doesn't have many starts left, but he might have 3 left. But there's an opportunity there to show that he does belong in a rotation and that he can overcome those early struggles. I mean, maybe they're working on preparation before the game to try to get past that. But I think it's still an open question. I think you still, obviously, you're going to have Chris Sanchez there. Ranger Suarez has pitched like he deserves to be at the top of the rotation too, and Luzardo has been very good as well. So they do have 3 good starters. You don't need a 4th until you get to the NLCS. So the Phillies can take their time deciding here, and you never know. It's a funny game. People have their ups and downs, and is this one of those downs, or is this him just reacclimating to the pitcher he was? But definitely a good sign. What you saw from Aaron Nola last night, right? Because you kind of go into the game thinking, okay, well, oh man, the Phillies offense better show up because Nola, we don't know what you're going to get out of him, but he ended up throwing 6 zeros, and that really was really set it up for the bullpen to close this one down, and Phillies win 1-0.
Has Robertson surpassed Kerkering on the high leverage chart?
Yes, I think so. I think you can't argue with what Robertson has done since he's signed with the Phillies. In fact, it's nice the fact that he's only beginning now. Maybe that'll help counter his old age in baseball years. But I think he's much more reliable right now. I put it this way: I definitely would not put Kerkering on with a runner on base. I think they learned that lesson. So I think Kerkering, if he needs a clean inning, and I think last night was the example of the inning that would have been Kerkering's before, and they clearly chose to go Robertson and his experience instead.
All right, Mets and Phillies tonight. It's a Sean Manaea against Rangers. Suarez, big star for Suarez, too. I mean, he's still in the mix for that number 2 spot in the rotation. Everybody's trying to figure out, is he 2? Is he 3? Is he the bullpen? Is Nola now back in the mix? You got Walker Buehler going to try to throw his name in the hat this weekend. He'll pitch on Friday night. He did not pitch great at AAA, but he had not pitched for a couple of weeks. So we'll see how this all unfolds. Phillies up 8 games on the Mets, 4 games on the Dodgers, and we have it all for you right here on the Sports Bash. He's Frank Klose. His mailbag is up on our website, 973ESPN.com. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, every Tuesday right here, we got the mailbag with Frank Klose here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. We got one more chance for you to qualify for those Eagles tickets. One lucky winner is going to win a pair of Eagles tickets to go see the Birds and the Giants up at MetLife Stadium. Listen for your chance to score those tickets on the Sports Bash, or your chance to enter to win those tickets. You must be present to win at Maynard's in Margate. And don't forget, this Friday, we're going to be at Jersey Cal for their 3-year anniversary party. Jersey Cal in Northfield. We'll be at the Northfield location. Stop out. We're doing the Sports Bash live on location from Jersey Cal. So stop out this Friday from 2 to 6 and have some great ice cream from Jersey Cal for their 3rd anniversary party with the Sports Bash. All right, when we come back, we're getting ready to close out tonight's show. It's been a crazy show. We have an update on Jalen Carter. The penalty has been laid down by the NFL. What is it? Find out next. All right, 5:52, getting ready to get out of here on this Tuesday night. Phils tonight. We'll be all over that, of course. The Sports Bash tomorrow. Checking in on the Phils, who are 8 games up. They could go 9 games up on the Mets with a win tonight. We'll have that for you tomorrow here on the Sports Bash. Also tomorrow, Hembo's on the show tomorrow. Paul Hembekitis, Hembo, 3:30 tomorrow. Scott Lauber is going to talk some Phillies with us tomorrow night with 2 games down that Mets series. But definitely want to hear, because tomorrow night he'll be on at 5 o'clock. We'll have the Phillies lineup, so we'll see if Bader is hitting leadoff again, or is it back to Harper, or is it somebody else? So that's tomorrow with Scott Lauber. We'll do the NFL Fine 5, Ugly 5 on tomorrow's show as well. Also, we'll be checking in on the Eagles with Mosher, and John McMullen's back on tomorrow's show. So a busy, busy, busy show for us tomorrow. Did you come up with your least versatile condiment?
Well, I tend to think that your opinion originally about the pancake syrup is probably the most realistically one to point out.
Now, is pancake syrup even a condiment?
See, this is where the other conversation gets in. What qualifies as a condiment? Because to me, a condiment is anything you put on food. But
Duck sauce. Somebody put duck sauce in there.
Well, to me, that's a condiment.
Definitely. But is it versatile? Use it on rice, an egg roll.
I think you can use duck sauce on more food than pancake syrup.
Somebody texted in, syrup with grilled cheese will change your life.
No, thanks.
Maple syrup on ice cream.
Obviously, maple syrup is different than pancake syrup. Because to me, maple syrup does have more uses. The syrup that's not maple syrup, that's for pancakes and waffles and French toast, it's only for those 3 foods.
You had a lot of good ones today on the relish. You going to try that one with the tuna fish?
I am going to look into that because I am a guy who hates mayonnaise, but I do like tuna. So I do want to try this out.
When you go tuna, what do you do?
I've done a couple different things. I've done like salsa on it. I've done it with mustard, like a sandwich. I've done like, the whole. I tried ketchup with it once. That didn't go too well. That was disgusting.
Oh my God, that sounds awful.
But like I mentioned, I had cocktail sauce this weekend. I mixed it with cocktail sauce this weekend.
Well,
I had tuna, crab, and cocktail sauce.
We'll talk to you tomorrow, everybody. Out on that note, ketchup in your tuna. I'm out. Not before. I need caller 7, 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller